朝の光を浴びる。窓を開けると優しい風が吹いた。今日もいい朝。コーヒーを飲みながらニュースを見る。誰かが活躍してる姿、とっても元気が出る。明るいニュースで溢れたらいいのにな。 Good morning, good morning、 今日も一日頑張ろう。 Good morning, good morning、 今日も一日輝く。 Yes。 鏡の前に立ってメイクを始める。噂のCCクリームがいい感じ。今日もいい朝。毎日頑張ってるご褒美に買ったシャネルのリップスティック。発色が良くてとっても可愛い。髪の毛はどんなスタイルにしようかな。あ、こんな時間もう行かなくちゃ。 Good morning, good morning、 今日も私らしくいよう。 Good morning, good morning、 今日も私は最高。 Have a nice day。カーテンを開けて朝の光を浴びる。窓を開けると優しい風が吹いた。今日もいい朝。コーヒーを飲みながらニュースを見る。誰かが活躍してる姿、とっても元気が出る。明るいニュースで溢れたらいいのにな。 Good morning, good morning、 今日も一日頑張ろう。 Good morning, good morning、 今日も一日輝く。 Yes。 鏡の前に立ってメイクを始める。噂のCCクリームがいい感じ。今日もいい朝。毎日頑張ってるご褒美に買ったシャネルのリップスティック。発色が良くてとっても可愛い。髪の毛はどんなスタイルにしようかな。あ、こんな時間もう行かなくちゃ。 Good morning, good morning、 今日も私らしくいよう。 Good morning, good morning、 今日も私は最高。 Have a nice day。
This is Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese and then I tell you what they mean. If I find a word I like, I teach the meaning and then I post a list on YouTube and then we find some words again. Kodomo ga jama suru wa muku mama. Slam the hole got tackled out. Good morning, mama. So sit back and just vibe. Hit that follow, hit subscribe. Stick around if you please and maybe learn some Japanese.
Hi, welcome. How does my camera keep going up? Stop. Stop. Hey, you can hear me. Welcome in. You're watching Keen Reflex. This is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. Kandenayo. Kandenayo. Keen Kanda. おはようございます。キンリフレックスでございます。こちらは、ゲームを楽しみながら日本語も英語も勉強できるところでございます。No. Getting set up. How is everybody? Congratulations to Maxine for getting the first. We are going to be playing Octopath Traveler 2 today. Really? 10 new on this one? I don't believe it. My hand hurts for no reason at all. I'm getting carpal tunnel. That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories. Come on, get to the new ones. It's 84 review. Get to a new one. What? Gerb's here. Just hit that follow, hit subscribe. I'm getting to the new ones. There's 10 new ones that need to be done, and in order to do that, I need to get... Is it broken? I think it's broken. I don't think there's actually 10 new ones. I swear I pushed it 83 times. Oh, no, there we go, there we go. Okay. You guys can't see the number at the bottom. There's... the way I have it set up is that every 30 seconds it'll show it, and then the next 30 seconds it'll count it as wrong. Because if it counted as right, as you know, Anki, it'll eventually stop appearing, and we don't want that. We want it to always appear. Ohio, Mayo-chan. So, eventually, so many wrong answers pile up that it doesn't show the new answers. So I have to count a bunch of them as right. But they'll come back, because we'll get them wrong over and over again. Okay. Hey. Switch. Stay on. Are you on?
This is Keen Reflex.
It's plugged in, right? There we go. And this is Come on, Switch. Stay on. While enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. Nothing else. Here is typing, yes. Guys, we beat it. We beat 7 Days to End with You. We didn't realize that we actually had already beaten a fourth of it. So we beat the last. There were just 3 other endings. So sit back and just vibe, hit that follow, hit subscribe, stick around if you please. Some Japanese. Sit up straight. Wow. So stiff this morning. Omayo gozaimasu, yamero.
This is Keen Reflex. And this is a space for
Octopath Traveler は 嘘
That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in
I have a game soft for this? Uh-oh.
If I find a word I like, I tell you the meaning, and then I post a lesson on YouTube.
Where did I see? There it is. Right behind me. I gotta get the game soft. Wait, do we even say that in English?
follow, hit subscribe, stick around if you please. Some Japanese.
I need to get the actual game. Apparently, this one was a physical. There it is.
This is Keen Reflex. And this is a
日本語で slow はなんて言う？遅い。
No, you're slow. Hey, Prosto-san. Genki.
I post a lesson on YouTube and then we find some words again. So sit back and just vibe, hit that follow, hit subscribe.
Today's a fun day because I'm gonna go watch Skaido-san perform. That was fun, yeah. Guys, other than bug testing and just small fixes here and there that I didn't notice, I'm officially done making my game. It's such a good feeling.
P-chan. P-chan.
Kill the bugs, I know. Both Niksto and I are fighting against bugs right now. It's a different kind of bugs. And less than a month until the big day, yeah. Officially a month from yesterday. Basically, I could technically release it in 2 weeks from now, but you need to have it up on Steam 2 weeks before it release. But I'm not gonna rush it, and I'm gonna spend time advertising. You know, all that stuff. Tell your friends. Hey, let's see. We haven't played this in a while, in a hot minute. So we gotta remind ourselves what... I don't think we're in the middle of a storyline. Looked like we finished one. So let's try to look at just the map. There you go. Yellow is where we're at? No. Yes. Yeah, let's go here. Why not? There's some Shulbein on the way over here. There's a level 17 thing here. I guess I kind of want to go in order. Is there anything lower than level 17? 31. Whew! That's a big jump all of a sudden. 20. Oh, sounds like 17 is the next place to go. 18. There is a 15, but that's not crazy out of order to go ahead and do the level 17 first. What's this? There's a Shulbein on the way here. I haven't bought this yet. Now let's stick with where we're at right now. Yeah. Move to the right, to the left. Bruh. What's up, people sound? Welcome in. What brings you in? Are you my bra? Trying for people to get it day one, play a few hours or so, and leave a review if you want it to perform well on Steam. Yeah, I wonder if it's really that important to be like day one, but yeah, I will. I can depend on Dream to do that, yeah? Okay. ではでは。 Just remember the controls of this game, jeez. Super Bowl ad for your game when? Yeah, I think that's a little expensive, yeah. I will probably spend like 90 bucks to advertise it on YouTube though. Like you can advertise it to be pushed. The official way, of course, not some sleazy way. Like through YouTube. How do I, isn't it R1, R2 to, oh, I need to push it. The timing was wrong. What's the timing? 間違ってた。
お疲れさん。
あれ、ピポさんいなくなった。どうした Print an indie dev. Well, yeah, I understand pushing the algorithm, but like, you really think that after day one it's gone? Day two is too late? I mean, it's ideal, of course, day one. But I think that a lot of people are going to play it when they want to play it, you know? YouTube でも見てる。ありがとう。あ、そうだ。それ出すの忘れてた。助かります。今は結構 YouTube 見てくれてる方が多かったな。あのゲーム人気みたい。YouTube でなぜか。みんな話さないけど。Please do go ahead and watch on YouTube as well if you can. If not now, after stream. I appreciate it. Surprisingly, even though we don't get a lot of people live watching, or at least chatting, it really helps the channel multi-streaming on YouTube. So you're gonna have to ask. Okay, well this is one dev. Any other opinions? I'm just saying, of course. I think, of course, if day one you get 0 people downloading it and commenting, whatever, the algorithm's not going to push it for day 2. But if you get a good amount of people doing it day 1, and you get a good amount of people day 2, I think that the algorithm's not going to just not do anything on day 2, you know? But also we have the advantage of we constantly can advertise this on stream because we're also a streamer, not just a dev. I disagree, stream. Okay, move on. I disagree. All right. I know how algorithms work, and it would be stupid to just stop pushing a game after day 1. That doesn't help them at all. This person doesn't have anything. Okay, Dream, if you haven't noticed, the current conversation is starting to irritate me. Can we please move on? I appreciate it. I don't like being told that after 2 years of working on my game that if every person doesn't immediately buy my game, it's not going to do well. Whether it's true or not, you. It'll be need to be out in 2 weeks or less. Well, maybe I can show it to the Japanese department, but yeah, I technically could do that in 2 weeks, but that's rushing it. Is that might have actually been more ideal for timing getting the game out. That's when school ends. Yeah, Maxime, I don't remember school timing anymore. Or like for college. Why is this entire team not able to hit multiple people? Except for him. They got one guy that can just destroy everyone. And everyone else is like, eh. No stuff for Japanese classes due May 2nd. Oh. But you can still advertise it. Just they'd have to remember for 2 weeks after you advertise it, yeah. Arigato, Maxime, for coming to YouTube.
I'm a candy girl.
I'm a candy boy.
I'm a candy girl.
I'm a candy boy.
Gacha arigato. Buttons.
次の患者は
プランを考えねば。炎よ、もう勝てじゃ。
ライフスチールだが。
こっからだ。
土日祝 YouTube の会社って土日休みだと思う。YouTube の会社そうなん変態なんでそう思う Your alma mater that might love to hear from you about it? That's a great point. No, I was not looking at alma mater because I forgot what it meant. You shut up. That's a very good point though, because I was I'm still part of a Facebook group. And well, I could also email the I have several friends that actually still work at the school in the Japanese department. And I didn't think about that. No. I have kind of a big influence there, don't I? Because I was top of my class for 4 years in a row. I was kind of a big deal. 勤務じゃない気がする。そうなん。なんで今そんな話してんの？土日祝は YouTube スタジオがあんまり稼働してない気がする。ああ、そういうことね。自動設定でしか動いてない気がする。その可能性はあるね。Emailing the department or program ahead saying, I mean, honestly, yeah. That's a good point, Maxime. That's a very good point. In fact, up until it's unfortunate because only a few years ago, the head of the department used to be up until a few years ago, one of my main teachers and one of the main people who knows my skills, I guess, knows me really well. I wonder who the head of the department is now. I think I could still, as you said, I'm an alumnus of that place, would still have bearing, but it would have had even more bearing had she still been there. She's amazing, by the way. But yeah, she retired. なんで急にこの話をしたのかわかんない。いや、別にいいけど、ただなんか関連が気になっちゃうだけ。関連？思考回路？気になっちゃうだけ。If that prof is still there, make sure to include it. I mean, I don't think she's still there, but I think people still definitely remember her. But I also have a friend who, he basically was just a few years before me in my same program and then started working for the exchange department. And we're still friends, and I actually just hung out with him like last year in Japan. Last year, I guess it'd be 2 years ago now. A year and a half. But there's people that remember me. Anyway, very good point, Maxine. I gotta remember to not forget that. Some experience outside of stuff. Departments, colleges, universities, I would say. NLM created this. Gotcha. Makes sense. And there's just a really good Japanese department in that school. They'll love that kind of thing. Just wonder about the timing, if I should have done either earlier or later, because this is ideal for people. Well, I kind of wanted to do it before summer break because it's ideal for people getting ready for the first Japanese class. And when I think about it, like, how are you going to advertise to those people? Well, I mean, like, how are teachers going to advertise, for example? They're not going to have their Japanese 101 class in front of them yet. I can't tell them until a few months after it's come out. Might even do a spotlight review. That'd be fun. あなたの配信見るために YouTube を開いたら、あ、そういえば、あ、そういうことね。しかし。Is it your turn again? What's going on? How? 眠ってなさい。Does everybody have an axe? みんな斧持ってんだけど、怖い怖い。What's our average level, by the way? 25-ish. Yeah, I think we're over leveled for this part. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Actually, before I forget, I'm gonna put that on my to-do list. Email them. Because I'm starting now that did I mention my game's like literally done since yesterday. I finished all of the lines in the entire. I had to redo them just in case because I needed the quality to remain the same the whole thing. So I did all of my lines in the entire game in 2 days, and now technically it's done. Although I have a few ideas that I can add to it, but they're not necessary. And then I want to play the whole game through 100% clear to test it for bugs. It's usually just a spelling error here or there. Not spelling error, like a spacing or, mistype. What's it called? Typo. Or the audio doesn't match usually small things like that. But it's essentially done. So now I'm entering my marketing phase. Anyway, I already have notes on things about marketing. I'll just add that in my notes right now before I forget. I just do the release and patch thing. You mean like patch it later to if I have ideas? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and as of now, I don't like literally have. I said I had ideas, but like some of them are doable, some of them aren't even. Like I literally just like yesterday after I was already done, I was just like, oh, this would be a cool feature. Spend an hour adding it in. That particular one was pretty easy to add in. But yeah, so I originally was going to put it as early access because of that. And then I realized even as a Steam or on Steam, since the game is done, if I want to add anything else or fix bugs, I can just do that. It doesn't have to be considered unfinished. Hey, I don't remember what strategy I was using with everybody except for Paratetio. Everybody else can't. They just can't hit more than one person. They're kinda. I don't know. What were they doing? Oh, except for you. You can hit everybody. But yeah, it'll be good times. All the remaining task cards and burn them. That's the thing. I'm surprised you remembers that. That's the thing. I don't have any more task cards. I have task ideas. How about we do this? And I'm still in like they're still in a phase of, if I have an idea on how to do that, I will. There are a few limitations I have with RPG Maker that I'm trying to figure out how I could get around to make it look a little nicer. Like, I don't use certain stats. I originally did, but then I figured it would be in my better interest to keep it simpler. For the target audience, for one, and yeah, the reasons. Other game mechanic reasons. But RPG Maker doesn't really allow you to hide stats. I can in one way. I don't know. It's just like, because they have all these default settings, right? And then if you don't use it, it's still there. And it's like, if you look at it from the perspective of the player, like, wait, why is this there if I can't use it? It feels a little weird. So that's the kind of thing that I might, if I have time, try and figure out how to make a little better looking. I think it's typical nowadays to be able to add features, adjustments, and such. Yeah, because who was telling me? Folly was telling me. Whatever, just do that. Folly was telling me that like I was telling him I'm stressed out about trying to get all the bugs before it releases. This was before I suddenly like had a power week where I got so much done this week and finished. But he said, yeah, Keen, no game ever releases without bugs. Don't worry about it. Good to hear. But also added to what you just said. It'll be okay. I hope I didn't scare Dream away. I'm sorry if I was a little rough on you. I was just trying to hint at it and you weren't taking the hint, so I had to say it outright. It's not that... I was trying to communicate before I actually got irritated. What I was trying to do. But I could have done it better. Anyway, sorry. なんとなくだけど、収益を判断する部屋がある気がするわ。その部屋、部署か。部屋じゃないや。部署の休みは土日祝やと思う。 ニコニコ YouTube? ニコに YouTube で働いてる人がいたら、マジで恥ずかしいことを言ってる私。あ、そういうことね。いやでもありえるありえる。I don't know what I'm doing.
突撃弾出番か
You know, can we just attack until it's his turn?
さて
Jeez. I like Sorone and Casti, but I mean Casti is a healer, so that makes sense.
だな
I guess that's mainly.
He just called him Danna. Oh, but yeah, the not having an AOE is kind of annoying with Sorone. I wonder if
おととい来な
she's good against bosses though. YouTube ってGoogle なん。どう忘れしてる今。関係もともとそうじゃないけど変われたんじゃなかったっけ？
お客だな
だって直接つながってるじゃん。Google、Chrome と YouTube。
さて
2006年に、Google に変わった。そうだった。よし。よかった。記憶が間違ってなくて、ドキドキした。
ライフスティールダガーさて突撃弾
YouTube 広告って宣伝してるけど、Google 広告ねやんな。確かに。しかし、
変形カタパルトおらおらいいもんは分け合わねえとなかかってきな
YouTube チャンネルに宣伝したい人のための Google 広告入れてほしい。確かに。Google 広告を出さなきゃだな。そろそろゲームのための。I wonder what's down there.
治療を始めます
確かにちょっと長いけど。名前がちょっと長いな。
ライフスティールダガー
行くぜ変形カタパルトおらおら
うらうら。疲れさん。Should we go down to this this tunnel first, or should we? Or I see like a dungeon. Oh, altar. Altar means new job class, doesn't it? I don't know. Let's do it. Let's do it. いいと思う。キーワードを日本語、学習してる人バカにすれば。Oh, there wasn't even a 選ばれし剣士が訪ねたとき力を与えん。あ？もう一回言って。 与えないってこと？選ばれて剣士も連れてきてないから、大丈夫。どういうこと？連れてこないと与えない。でも、訪ねてきたとき与えないって言ってる。逆じゃない？よくわかんなかった。
次の
合
患者
言葉はバラだ。うわー、とりあえず剣士を連れてこようか。We do have what's it called? A break coming up here soon. I think we're gonna do that.
かかってきな。
We're gonna do that. My next name is Katakana Hero. You guessed it.
This is Keen Reflex.
Yeah, and unless this first game absolutely bombs and like only 5 people buy it,
While enjoying video games.
as long as I have motivation to keep making games, which I'm sure will. I'm sure I'll do well enough that I'll be motivated. I plan to make probably Katakana Hero, and then, although it sounds like a very long project, you have one of those mugs from from the Harry Potter world, yeah?
Hit that follow, hit subscribe, stick around if you please.
Kanji Hero, yeah? I kind of have an idea how I would do that in DNA. I'm assuming it's the same in the US Universal Studios and Japanese Universal Studios, yeah? Anyway, the ads are going to start any second. I'd love to talk more about the next game stuff, but I got to take that break before it goes automatically. So, 2分に休憩いただきます。どこにも行かないでくださいね。See you soon.
While enjoying video
さあボタン押して始めようか恐れないで手ならかすから君はこのゲームのルーラーさ負けてもいい倒れてもいいいつでもできるゲームスターYou can start again, again, again and again 何度ゲームオーバーになっても You can start again, again, again and again 必ずたどり着ける君の夜君はまだ気づいてない最高の敵は自分
This is Keen Reflex. And this is a space for you guys to practice Japanese while enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese and then I tell you what they mean. If I find a word I like, I tell you the meaning and then I post a lesson on YouTube and then we find some words again.
子供が邪魔する赴くままスライムの本が最高だ
So sit back and just vibe. Hit that follow, hit subscribe. Stick around if you please. Some Japanese.
Hey, welcome back. You're watching Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. 皆さんおはようございます。はいませ、Keen Reflex でございます。ギフが来そうで来ない。こちらはゲームを楽しみながら日本語も英語も勉強できるところでございます。1 and 2 are both in G show. 1 and 2は何の話question we got was, which of these means cactus in Japanese? Saboten, cactus, tabaku, or sasori? Saboten does mean cactus. Cactus is not actual katakana. Sabaku means desert, and sasori means scorpion. Anything else? Cactus does pop up in Jisho? Wow. I didn't know that. I've never heard of that. I made it up. I made it up, Maxime. I guess they technically got to change it. But trust me, use Saboten. I've never heard anybody say cactus. Kanji here would need to be like 1 to 10 to get all the comments. Yeah, I'm wondering. That's why I'm wondering how I would do that. Because yeah, I do feel like if I'm gonna make the same size game, I'd have to like make a lot of them. But like when you get to like Kanji Hero 3, like people are like, well, which ones do these cover? Like, if you spread it out too much, like what the heck are you doing? Unless it was just like Kanji Hero NLPT 5, N5. NLPT, JLPT, N5. My brain got ahead of itself. And then do it into 5 of them. But even then, like that last one would be insane. I don't know how I'd handle that. Unless it was a massive, just one massive one that keeps going. School order. Well, like, I'm thinking not just the order, but like if you have so many different, if you have like 10 Kanji Hero games, it's just kind of too spread out, Yeah, I mean, I agree with going with school order probably, but like, the only reason I even mentioned the JLPT was because they separated into 5 groups. You know what I mean? 5 groups that are well known. Right? If I make up my own groups, Yep, I don't know. I know, right? As it is now, as long as this took me to make, it's only, 46 characters in the game. Yeah, and not only that, they only... No, nobody's dead. Who's dead? The stream? I see 0 indications that the stream wouldn't be doing well on my side. I have 0 drop frame rates. Maybe it's a Twitch thing? What's going on? Huh. Yeah, I have... Yeah, actually amazing stats on this side right now. I don't know why it would be dead. Yeah, Twitch glitch. It must have been. Henke Kataporto! See if we can't. This is taking forever for us to just travel over there, eh? Tabaku! Oh no. Samichi? At the sand street, sand path. Namichi? Oh! It's the cat thing! Guys, it's the cat thing. Okay, He's next turn? How is she the only person that gets to... Okay, well, good luck. I'm reading that wrong. No, I wasn't. Well, there goes that. It's like the metal slime of this game, basically. Really hard to kill before they run away.
変形カタパルト
残念でござった。
おととい来な。
おととい来な。Keep thinking Y is this is where we need to be. Keep thinking Y is the map. It is not. Found a weakness. Let's go. You gotta share the good stuff. %. Boo. What's the button to change? There we go. Oh. What? Who are you? Okay, I'm not gonna try and steal from you at 3% though. I'm not P-chan. Can we have 2 reasons? Let's wait because there's a Shobai no Niyoi. And I want to do that first. Just in case the storyline somehow stops me from doing that. Oh, I have 2 people with Kikudasu. Nice. We've got a hidden item and I see it right there. %. No thanks. Okay, I just... More importantly than any of this stuff, what can I buy? And why can I buy it? Temenosu. Tachi sugata de wakaru onushi nakanaka no ude da na. Daga ken no michi wa kewashiku, meizasu koro wa takai. Mada mada kenshu ga hitsuyou darou. Waga doujou wa ryuha ni kakawarazu, ken o kyowamen to suru mono tachi no atsumari da. Tomo ni kunren o kasane, shingitai o Oh, okay, we just get the Kenshi from there. So now that we have Kenshi, now we can we go to that other place? I'll do it off stream later, or if we somehow finish this before stream. So now any of us can be a Kenshi as well? Who wants to be a Kenshi? Maybe you? Well, you're already a... Does Kenshi have... そうだ。調べたけど。知ってる。そんなゲーム作るわけがないでしょ。もう漢字の由来というか、漢字の前のもの。壁に書いてあったもの。挑発、I kind of like his, 売り人. Who should be our sub-swordsman? It doesn't really make sense for either of them to do it. I mean, I guess you could do it, because lack of better things. It kind of makes sense for her to try after she masters the other one. But then who's gonna be the... どうしよう。So many people to steal from, so many people to ask questions. 試合の必要レベル、おお、いいね。This is definitely one of the storylines for areas for the swordsman. Oof. Okay.
Ew.
爆笑、私もまず大学院に行かなきゃ無理やわ。ね、難しいな。あ、もうこれやったか。What are the characters? Well, first of all, we need to... Whose quest was it again? That is here? Oh, hello, Hikari, you're dying. It's Casti's maybe? I guess I could do it, right? Where is it? Casti. Ero ka. Yamada! I need to find the place, the shobai no niyoi. I gotta do it. What I came here for. Oh, 42, oops. And I actually succeeded? That's arigatou.
Let's a panda go go go. Let's a panda go go go. Let's a panda go go go. 3、2、1、右 go. Let's a panda go go go. Let's a panda go go go. Let's a panda go go go. 3、2、
報酬にしよっか。ちょっと面白い、それ。
Let's a panda go go go. Let's a panda go go go. Let's a panda go go go.
長いね、それ。失礼を書かせていただきます。おしり探偵。その身近なシーン面白いかもしれないね、報酬として。お、戦争なんだ。この辺。商売の匂いってどこだん？あ、これ？違う、普通に売り場じゃないか。商売の匂いってどこ？なんもないじゃないか。Make a quick trip to the store. I'll keep the alert going though. I appreciate it, bud. おもろいで、絶対ね。 作ろうかな。例書かせていただきます。また、モンスターボール無駄にしちゃった。もう残念でござる。そういう時もあるよな。Okay, I guess we'll go ahead and start Castia's storyline. Let's do it. Hello. Zehi, 報酬にしてください、おしり探偵ね。
サイの町。私はここに来たことがある。
特にそのシーンを、その失礼書かせていただきますというシーンのグリーンスクリーンが、背景が緑になっているものを見つかることができたら、できます。医療日記によると、私はここに来たことがあるみたい。According to my... Oh yeah, I forgot she's lost her memory. According to her diary, she's been here before.
何か私自身につながる手がかりがあるかしら。
頑張って頑張ります。ありがとう、マクシムさん。So yeah, there might be a hint as to where she's come from.
誰か
頑張れ、help!
怪我人がいるの。誰か手を貸して。
Somebody help, there's somebody injured.
怪我人ですって。
An injured person?
くそ、またか。
Again? Mataka. Where's that guy that came in here the other day? Mataka. Can't be helped.
詳しく聞かせてくれるかしら。
What do you mean? Please tell me more.
お隣のヘイどもと小競り合いになってんのさ。
小競り合いって言った？何なん？小競り合い skirmish. Okay. We're having a skirmish with the soldiers nearby. I guess a small battle. Not a full-out war, but a skirmish. スポーツでも使える？小競り合い。なんかチームとチームの間のやって、力試し的な。これ配球のよくやるやつ。でも小競り合い。英語でスクラムシで言うけど、あれは。There we go. 小競り合い skirmish. Minor battle. 練習試合的。そっかそっか。練習試合でもやっぱ英語は skirmish って言うんだよね。エイデンが私でも勝てなかったゲームの相手を倒した。すごいじゃん。素晴らしいエイデン。でこんなにシーンとしてんの？
ここは移民街で食いぶちなくてな。
何？食いぶち？やめて。前進みたいのに。やめな。食いぶちってなんなん？Food expenses? Okay. Okay, so this is a residential area, and we don't have the kuibuchi. I've never heard this, but food expenses, I guess. Like, you don't have the money to survive. Hurry up and play music, please.
マシな暮らしをしたいなら隣に稼ぎに行くしかねえ。
So if you want to actually make a living, you gotta go to the next town.
だがここ数年、お隣の脇が固くなってな。
But for the last few years, they're being really strict about letting us in.
それで兵隊さんと揉めて怪我をしたのね。
Gotcha. So then they probably were fighting with the soldiers. Let me in, let me in.
移民には見えねえが。
Who are you? You don't look like what's the word? Like you're moving here. いつもめ事みたいなことを言うよね。I'm a traveling apothecary.
いるなら力になれるわ。先ほどの女性はどこに？
Okay. I can help injured people. Where's that lady?
町の北西にある掘ったて小屋だよ。
Okay. I'm not gonna translate everything.
What?
This
is
It's
Keen
Flannel
Reflex,
Beards.
space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video
What's
games.
up? Thank you for the raid.
That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read
Let's
the sources
go.
and tell you what they mean.
That's tight.
Find a word I like, it teach the meaning, and then I post this on YouTube and then we punch
How's it
someone
going,
again.
dude?
子供が邪魔するわmuku mama. スラムの方がタコが Good morning mama. So sit back and just vibe. And then follow and subscribe. Stick around if you please and maybe learn some
Doing that
Japanese.
Rikito style, huh? Thank you for the cool. Thank you for the sick raid song. Thank you. Came for the raid. Oh, came for the raid. Yes. Welcome. You speak Japanese too. Nice. Welcome in. Okay. Here we go. Let me go over here. So first of all, welcome in. Welcome raiders. Those of you guys who aren't already following, go check out this super cool dude. Flannel Beard. It's Flannel Beard. And for those of you guys who don't know me, I'm Keen Reflex. This is a space where you guys practice Japanese while enjoying video games. I'm a professional Japanese to English translator here to help you guys learn some Japanese in a fun way. We play some games in Japanese. Absolutely. Guys, just hit the heart. It's really easy. You can follow. Yeah, we play games in Japanese. I translate them. We put vocab down here so that you can practice. It's Anki basically. I'm making a game to learn hiragana, which is what you need to learn if you want to learn Japanese, read Japanese. It's actually going to be out in a month from now, and lots of other things. But yeah, welcome in, and we have Parasang. We have some Japanese speakers already in chat. Yeah, what were we playing today, Final Beard? Furannaru Hige-san. So Hige-san って呼んでもいいかな。You're deving. Okay. Oh, okay. That's where I know you. We're on the same dev team. What are you making right now? I finished this game technically. I mean, it needs to be bug tested and everything, like final bug test, final playthrough, but literally yesterday. I'm working out for yes, okay. I definitely remember. The typing game for the child that wanted to get into computers. Hige is beard, yes, Purosa-san. While enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read this. But yeah. We're playing Octopath Traveler 2 today. Let me go ahead and show you the game. Post a lesson on YouTube and then we find some words again. Tap Flannel some Japanese during stream. Nice. What were you teaching them? And the kanji game would be fun. A kanji card game. I do plan on eventually, it'll be a while from now, but make katakana hero next. Oh, you know what? I don't allow links in chat because of certain outside people abused it, but if you send it to me, I can put it on there. Tome, hantome, pome. Nice, okay. But yeah, if you send it to me, I can definitely post it. That is for what you're working on? No, absolutely. I would definitely want to show everybody that. Let me get to this game. For some reason it's not playing any sound, so let me... I mean, not like bugs, it's just... There we go. Okay, background sound. Bachi 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 bachi. Arigatou. Bachi bachi arigatou. Why are we teaching futome, hantome, and tome? Actually, I can see how those words would pop up in game dev. You gotta get to work? Absolutely. Thank you so much once again for the raid. And if anybody, including of course Flannelbeard-san, have to do after stream stuff, please go ahead and do so. Just appreciate the follow before you go. But yeah, go do your thing. Thanks again for the raid. Your raiders are safe here. We'll take care of them. FXB Games on YouTube. Shoot. Yeah, Flannelbeard is making a cool game, typing game. Let me see if I can't find it. FB game. Well, you got two of them. Originals and... Yeah, this is you, okay. First, here's the link. Here's a link for you. I was using those words in his code, and another viewer started talking about how opaque doesn't exist in their native language. Oh, interesting. I guess in Japanese you can say opaque in katakana, but I guess I tend to say futome instead. I hadn't thought of it, yeah. That's interesting, because, like, tome means see-through. Fu means not. And yet... Your first instinct for that word would mean to me, it's solid, not... Yeah, that makes sense. It does pop up in the dictionary as opaque is one of the meanings, but yeah. Your girlfriend, she said you can say nigori. Is your girlfriend Japanese? Nigori, if you're talking about like a drink, yeah. Nigori would work. Oh, yeah, but anyway, I was, did I post the link in chat? I meant to. I copied it. Did I paste it? Oh, yes, yes. There's the link for Flannelbeard's YouTube. I'm gonna here we go. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it right in front of you. I'm gonna subscribe as well. Wondering where Typing Stars teaser. Check this out really quick. No. Oh, that guy is not very fast. Took like 5 seconds to type egg. Hola, arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you for the follow.
Followers.
Yes, they be typing. Yeah, if you guys want to learn to type faster, it seems like a good game. Is this the same pattern throughout the whole thing? Q4 2025. Ooh, not bad. Coming pretty soon. Okay. Where's my button? Was there an earlier demo or more recent? I didn't see any more recent. I'm sure there's more, but we'll check it out more. Angela was just okay. Been in Japan for 8 years, but I basically stopped actually studying Japanese around year 3. Oh no! Yeah, my major was Japanese, and I was a translator in Japan for about 10 years, and I actually just moved my family back to the US last year. Current game is way improved. Yeah, I know, I've seen the game. I was like, that's not much to show. But yeah. Your word for solid is not the same as opaque. It's more of a solid. Yeah. But yeah, my wife and children are Japanese as well. That's where it should have been. Help! I'm stuck in this game. Help! I'm moving back to the US, but I don't know if my girlfriend wants to. Yeah, well, we had specific reasons. Partially our kids' education. I wasn't sure if I wanted. Not that the US education is better in any sense, but it's more, I guess, free, for lack of better words. More attuned towards ADHD kids, as my kids are very much so. Less sit down, shut up, listen to the teacher, and family. But I feel like I picked poor timing with the certain things going on in the US right now. Isn't that where I'm supposed to go though? Hold up, they told me that I needed to go to the... I needed to go down and to the left, maybe? But otherwise, yeah. We all enjoyed living in Japan, and there's not necessarily a reason we dislike or had to leave, you know? I had ADHD too, but it's not much of a problem as it was. Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry, I see. It's not a problem for you as much as it was back in school. Yeah, mine's worse. Worse than what it was when I was in school. And it wasn't very good back in school either. But my kids, I have 2 kids, 6 and 3. And yeah, I was thinking, as much as I would love, in a way I would love growing up and going to school in Japan, just thinking of had I grown up in, because that's how they are, they're very much like me, so thinking had I grown up in Japan. I think I would like a lot of stuff about it, but I don't think I would like the actual schooling, like the lessons part of it, because I would not be able to sit still, and I would be seen as a problem child for sure, for not being able to concentrate and asking too many questions, you know? There's a lot of other small reasons. One of them is having a lot of family around, because it takes a village, right? What brought you to Japan in the first place? Snooze しようかな。Never listened to the teacher because I got so interested in the assignment and started working on it before listening to the instructions, and then I failed to figure it out. Yeah. That's still kind of the mushy, like the, one of the better, albeit negative, symptoms of ADHD though. You were still focused on the assignment, which I notice my son does that a lot too. Like I'll tell him to do something, you know, and he'll immediately in his head be prepared to do it, but he never says okay. It drives me nuts. He'll be in the other room and he's already doing it, but I don't know if he's doing it because he never said okay. Like, can you do this? Leon, can you do that? Leon, I'm doing it. Sorry, just say okay. But yeah, so that's definitely one of those things. And for me, once I got into high school, it was more just I wanted to hang out with my friends and whatnot, and was focused on video games and other things in my head during class. But I always do amazing at the tests, so I somehow passed everything, even though I was doing no homework. Now I know about HD and what it is, how it pops. Pretty sure I have it in some degree. Reflection back to school years. I can explain it. Yeah. I've always had it pretty bad. I think I was asking a lot of what-if questions that annoyed the teacher. Yeah, that annoys my wife. She'd be like, we should do this. And I was like, and what's actually going on in my head is, that's a great idea. Let's think of all the what-ifs. What are the things that could block us from doing that? Right, but what comes out of my mouth is, but this thing will stop us, but this thing will stop us, but this thing will stop us. Why do you always have to shoot down my ideas? I'm actually considering it. That's me considering it. Sorry. My brain just skips that part. Forgets to communicate that part. That I'm just going on the what ifs because I want to see if it's possible. What if and why questions, especially in math, when they say just follow the formula. I'm like, but why does that work? Yeah. Well, I think as a good teacher, you need to be able to teach that anyway, right? You need to know the why. I think that makes you a good student, really. I don't even know if this is the right way. They told me I needed to go. They did say east, right? Or was it west? Now I've forgotten. I'm Hokonchi. Sometimes high school teachers don't know because it's theoretical math. Yeah, that's true. Two knives. Enke kataparto. Ototoi kina. I have a feeling I was supposed to go up here, but they wouldn't let me do that. I don't think this is the right way. There's a cave over here, though. And check out the cave, because why not? Maybe this is the cave. Sasori? I don't know. But kakatekina. That one hero from comics that had a power to see flaws in any plan. Oh, that's a power? Like a superpower? Maybe same for you. I grew up watching anime and playing Nintendo games and took class in college and got hooked on studying Japanese. Yeah. And I got interested in living there when I talked to Japanese people to improve my speaking. Nice. What level did that say? I don't think this is the right place. 30? Yeah. I mean, I'm like level 27. I could probably survive, but this isn't where I'm supposed to be. That's cool, yeah. So your major wasn't Japanese. What were you majoring in? I had a similar thing where I met some Japanese students who were studying abroad while I was studying computer information science, and ended up going to Japan to visit them that summer. And then realized that you could major in it, you could study abroad and all of these things. I'm like, and I was thinking of quitting because I could not focus. I wasn't, ADHD and whatever, not doing well in school. But for me, Japanese was more like a hobby than a major. So it didn't feel like, because I enjoyed it, it wasn't hard work, if that makes sense. I couldn't believe that you could major in it because it felt more like a, felt like something you do for fun. So I switched majors. That's the short story. Over as an English teacher, my major was... Yes, that was what I was originally going to do, and then I quit. So now I do programming. Yeah. You followed through. I gave up. Well, I realized I was better at another thing. So I did actually originally go over there, and easy to get your foot in the door as an English teacher. So I did do that for a year, and then I switched to translation for 10 years. Because I had, after, what was it, 2015, 16, I don't remember when I did the JLPTN one, which I thought was necessary for getting translation jobs, but then they never checked it once. Nobody ever checked it, they just ask. Felt like making indie games miserably, I'm sorry. I wanted to do when I graduated college. Those 6 years after college, I just worked on indie games and worked as, well, I bet you got really good experience doing that. I don't think it was a dumb decision. I don't. Did you, I gotta take a break here soon, but did you actually dish the games out, whether they did well or not? Did you actually finish them? Sell them? No one asked me my diploma. What did you study, Prosto?
And this is a space for you guys to practice Japanese while enjoying video games.
I do gotta take a 2-minute break really quick. The ads might start any time, but you're not missing any content because we always we all take a break together. And there'll also be a Japanese question in chat, so you can practice your Japanese a little bit. And yeah, it's also a good chance for you guys to get some water, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, all those things you need to do for self-care. 今から2分の休憩いただきますが、その時間を使って水を飲んだり、ストレッチしたり、トイレしたりして自分のケアしてください。では2分の休憩いただきます。どこにも行かないでくださいね。
Keen Reflex.
Hey yo, welcome back to Kaidenの際. You're watching Keen Reflex. This is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. 皆さんお帰りなさいませ。Keen Reflex でございます。こちらはゲームを楽しみながら日本語も英語も勉強できるところでございます。We're playing Octopath Traveler 2. Let me go over the question in chat. Which was fill in the blank to say I can eat sushi in Japanese. Sushi got blank. Okay, and we have to conjugate the word taberu or tabemasu. This is a do verb or ichidan verb, which means we basically take the do, we take it off and add dareru. And I believe somebody, Parabender-san, was mentioning that in actual speech, people do tend to say this technically incorrectly, grammatically incorrectly, but what's the word? I forget the linguistics term, but technically how everybody really says it can't necessarily be wrong, right? A Japanese teacher or even a Kokugo teacher would tell you it's wrong, but people say it. You would just say taberemasu. However, you should learn the correct way first. If you're just at this level, right? And yeah, you're calling it Ranuki. I never actually heard a term for it. I just know that, yeah. In colloquial speak, people just... I think I covered can topic yet? Yeah. It can be tough. You need to, before you start doing that, you need to learn about ichidan verbs and godan verbs, which is usually taught when you start learning te form. Just reminding one game as main project, a few small side jobs. Nice.
That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese and then I tell you what they mean. If I find a
people say having to remember which words each time those is maybe annoying for natives too. I mean, I think for natives, they're not actually thinking about whether they're ichidan or godan. I think really it's just taberareru is a mouthful. I think that's the only, I mean, ask your girlfriend what she thinks. But my opinion, not definitely 100% right from what I know. Okay, that's Keen Theater. We'll do that in a second. It's just that it's a mouthful. There's a lot of things that are just abbreviated because they're a mouthful, right? And nareru is just a lot of das and a lot of dariruderos, a lot. Yeah? What am I saying? Because other than the dareru rule, I guess, there's natives are still conjugating the do verbs, the ichidan verbs appropriately, right? Because there's all the other forms where it changes from the godan and ichidan that they're doing fine. It's just that one that they cut off. Anyway, that was Keen Theater. Basically, down here we have it. I always forget how to point because it's backwards. Down here, we got those points. It got to 0 because of follows, because of subs, because of you guys just being here. And every time that happens, I gotta either do a dance or read you a Square Enix children's book. So let's see what we got today. No, that's the wrong button. Don't push that.
It's time for Keen Theater. Which activity is Keen gonna do this time?
ただいまが現れた。Look like SN listener.
Set sail. Want it. Followers, give me followers. Cause I'm an SNSner. Cause I'm an SNSner. Want it. Followers, give me followers. Cause I'm an SNSner. Cause I'm an SNSner. Physical to mental.
Arigatou.
This is Keen Reflex.
Okay. So for those of you who are new, my wife is a singer-songwriter. So
translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese.
Any songs you hear on here are either like the one you hear now. It's technically all of the music is done by her, and I'm just singing, which I'm not a singer, but she, yeah. Give me a sec, let's go over there. And so we do things like have me dance to her songs. That's one of her songs. The other one is also, the Pepsi song is also one of her songs. And then the other possibility, that was random, but we could have also gotten this slime book, which is kind of cute. It's an onomatopoeia book from Square Enix. Got a bunch of, yeah, Siramagarawareta, peep, 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 peep. And there's more, but if you want to hear about it, you'll have to stick around. Did I get Ichidan Doshi kanji right? Yes. That is correct. Since we're talking about it, we can go ahead and... So the Ichidan Godan, it's basically just the 1 step or 5 steps, and the reason is, the reason we call it that way, it's because Ichidan is just the 1 step. Oh, sorry. The Ichidan means 1 step, right? Ichi, dan, step. And then doshi is verb. For the Godan doshi, there's basically every time you conjugate something, you're either using the a row, the e row, the what did I say? A, I, U, E, or O rows, the 5 different steps. I'll separate this, because why not? Maybe I'll translate this as reverb, because that's another way to say it anyway, right? So we'll put that on there, and we'll add Godan doshi on there too. Reverb. So for example, although I don't have this memorized as it is in the textbook, the a row would be for negatives, right? So, I'm trying to think of a simpler verb. I don't know. For some reason, the first verb that popped in my head was ugoku, right? So, you want to make ugoku into negative, ugokanai. So, ku becomes ka. That's the a row. So, I is basically like for mas form. So, if you want to make it into the formal, the ku becomes ki, ugokimasu. If you want to put it into the regular casual, which I consider dictionary form, where you should start, ugoku, right? That's the u. And then e is I forget the proper term isn't coming to me, but that to be able to is ugokimasu, right? So then it becomes the e. That's 4. And the last one is the let's do together kind of thing. Let's move. Ugo ko, right? The ku becomes ko. So there's 5 different things you do depending on how it's conjugated. Whereas the Ichidan verbs, it's all just changing. It's completely taken off. There's only 1 step. Right. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't tell me that at first either. And I think they should tell you. It makes it easier to comprehend, in my opinion, so I try and tell people that right off. So doshi means verb, yes. Yeah. Like dankai or kaidan or dansa, yes. So yeah, that kanji by itself just means step. And then yeah. Step, stairs. It's like a summary of what I read. Nice. Okay. But yeah, if you have any other questions or comments on that, feel free to keep going on that. I'm gonna try and progress the game today. I'm stuck not knowing where they wanted me to go. I don't understand the step part. What is the one step? So I don't remember where my whiteboard is. I don't. So the one step is do, right? It never really, it doesn't use all of the different the a, u, and o. Whereas the Goldan uses all of them depending on how it's conjugated. So like taberu becomes tabemasu. You took off the do and completely changed it to something that has nothing to do with the do. Taberaremasu, you still, yeah, you're still just taking it off and adding raremasu. Right, there's not steps. Whereas the Goldan, depending on how you're conjugating, it'll use the aro. When I say I mean like akasatana hamayarawa, right? I don't know if I can say this, but the same for the ero is going to be ikishi chi ni kimi di, right? So depending on, so yeah, so the negative, the aro is all negative. Kane. I call it a step though, isn't it more like a row? I don't know. Don't know if I can answer that. Yeah, think of it like a row. I guess I would answer, think of it like a row.
日本語で family はなんて言う？
家族。
家族。
family。
Thank you for the gacha, gacha arigatou. Monograde. Some people are translating it to monograde as to for the ichidan. Yeah, I can't find a good answer. I see why like you're thinking why step. But yeah, it's just kind of how they say it. You enjoyed studying kanji, and how did you study it? Just used SRS and got bored about 1,000 SRS. I'm not sure what. Hey, I'm sorry, Papa. I read your thing. I didn't say it out loud. Well, Ted early. You got my log for an hour, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Papa. Yeah, I wasn't paying full attention to what they said. I thought they said go. I think I assumed they were going to say east, and so I read it as east, but they might have said west. But also, what's west? 失礼こかせていただきます。それ欲しい。はい、レオン。Give me a second. Let me. Got N2. Nice. N2 is an accomplishment for sure. Not many people can say they have N2. Apparently these I am going to answer your question, Pervin. There's just so much. I'm trying to get all the smaller, easier answers out first. These katakana exist but are never used. What? Yeah, how would I hadn't heard of that. How would you even read that? Yes, harita. Ari-chan, これ聞いたことある？このダリルレロがなんかパピプペポにやってる。You need to know about twice as many kanji for N1. Yeah, I guess they suggest you need to know all the Joyo kanji, the common use kanji. So to skip to the end of your question, I guess. End of your question. By the time I graduated college, and it wasn't all covered in college, I guess, but I also did outside study. I had essentially, I wouldn't say mastered, but had a good handle on all of the common use kanji. And personally, I've never had a need in my head to learn anything outside the common use kanji, because I don't know if you know, but anything outside the common use kanji in Japan is always going, like legally, I don't know if you'd get arrested if you don't, but legally, you're supposed to always put the furigana for anything that's outside of the Joyo kanji. So there's the only reason to learn anything outside of the Joyo kanji is for bragging rights, really, even for a native speaker. There's really no actual practical reason. Maybe there's some, I don't think I can say zero practical. Not much practical reason to study anything outside there. So I was done once that. And I just tried to make sure to read a lot, play games in Japanese to keep up that fluency, that one, of course, my job is reading as well. Does that mean I always know how to read anything that's in the Joyo kanji? No, I do forget things and have to look it up, but I have a good enough handle on it to where even if I forget kanji, I'll either remember what it meant or one of the readings, or enough to easily look it up, or a word that it was in, if that makes sense. La li la la. Well, like you're putting R and L, but honestly, it's closer to the L in the first place, really. So I have no idea how that would be pronounced with that. Yeah, my wife's never even heard of the dadidudo with the circle. 勉強するのは文字部とかやない、確かに。I didn't get to that. I skipped to the end. Give me a second. Well, for one, I had it in school, right? So I had to study so much every week. Oh, jeez.
This is Keen Reflex. This is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese.
You're just now ending, Riksto? Thank you for the raid.
Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories.
Give me a second, Pebben-san.
Tell you what they mean. If I find a word I like,
it's gonna be tough.
Then I post this on YouTube and then I punch some words again. Good morning, mama. Sit back and just vibe with that follow and subscribe. Stick around if you please and maybe learn some Japanese.
We're not gonna get any progress today. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Good morning, mama. What the heck? No, I'm not playing games while it's going. Okay. Sorry for the noise, guys. That's that Ikito raid. They like to spam the good morning, mama, which and there's the original. This is my son yelling good morning, mama, and end with the vid.
Oh, jeez, dude.
That's almost 3 years ago now. He's 6 now, so he's like twice as tall. And yeah, okay. Parasan, I swear I'm gonna answer your question. Give me a second though. I gotta do this because it's a. Okay, welcome in, Raiders. First of all, if you haven't already, and I think Parasan you'd enjoy this person too. This is an IRL friend, Nikito Ogawa-san, who is a half Japanese streamer in Osaka, Japan, and a lot of fun. Super fun to drink with, but never streamed. Yeah, okay. Whatever, nor been Japanese. Or told the truth. Anyway, so yeah, definitely go check him out. It's a lot of fun, a lot more of a hype stream than we are. We're more steady and kind of chillax, but he has a lot of fun over in his streams. Definitely get some sleep. Everybody say oyasumi nasai, Rikito-san. But yeah, welcome in. If you guys don't know who I am, which I think a lot of you guys do, I'm Keen Reflex. This is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. Keen Reflex でございます。こちらはゲームを楽しみながら日本語も英語も勉強できるところでございます。 Anything else you want to know? I think you guys, Nikisho's people know what this place is about. You got the flashcards. Oh, one thing, Nick, though, if you didn't already fall asleep, I literally finished my game yesterday. And so you should definitely, it'll be out May 15th. I hope you're playing it. So check that out, guys. For those of you guys that didn't already know, I'm making a game for you guys to learn hiragana and basically start learning Japanese through a dungeon crawler RPG. It's called Hiragana Hero. You should definitely check that out. It says early access, but I've decided to, I finished it, so not early access, just it's there. I need to make progress. I'm gonna go back over there and I'm gonna answer Parasan's question. And let me fix this because there's this weird glitch when I shout people out sometimes. But yeah, let me shout people out specifically who came in with we got Zaya, Yohei, Derb spamming the redeems. Who else? Mostly them, and Niksto, of course. I hope you guys had a wonderful stream with the Ghost Gang. Arigatou gozaimashita. Okay. Well, I need to... Right here. I need to refresh the cache here. There we go. How did I study kanji? Yeah, I guess for one, grinding. There's a few things. For the how to study, or how did I study for anything language related, I will always say, do multiple things that cover different ways of approaching it that work for you. Because I think any one way, like for example, wanikani, I didn't use that because it didn't exist when I was studying kanji actively. But for example though, wanikani is a wonderful tool for learning kanji. But I know too many people who only use that for studying kanji, and that won't make you fluent, if that makes sense. Do that and one or two other things that work for you. So for me, what worked for me was, I didn't have wanikani, but I put all of the kanji that I was studying in Anki, and I simply did, reading comprehension and writing. So I'd have it pop up both ways. If the kanji popped up, I would have to remember the kun, on, and meaning, and say that in my brain or out loud. If the kun, on, and reading popped up, or meaning would pop up, I would have to write the kanji, and I just had a notebook that I would just, and I'd do, I don't remember, something like 20 review, 5 new a day, something like that. And that's one way. So that was the grind part, right? Just grinding, and don't overdo it. A lot of people, they're like, well, I'm gonna learn 1,000 kanji in a month, or no. Do something that's where you can remember the stuff that you're learning, and not for more than a few days, Read. Whatever you're into, whatever your level is. I wouldn't necessarily just recommend novels to somebody who's not around the N2 level or higher. But if you are into novels and are about that level, like for you, that might be a good thing, as long as you choose something that I feel you should understand like 60% or more. If you understand less, I think it's too much of a chore where you're gonna get frustrated and not learn. But yeah, read. When you do, if possible, when you have any kanji that you're like learning, when you're first learning them, try and find or think of as many words as you can that they're in. Because often when you're reading, when you're learning kanji, a lot of people learning, especially in the beginning, they're like, oh, it has these are the kun and these are the onyomi. When in reality, maybe one of those onyomi is used like only one day out of 100. Like they're very rarely used. So you should actually be looking at real examples of how it's being used in words. Which I think wanikani helps you. Don't they do words? What am I doing? Anyway, there's probably more, but those are the main things. The grind. Flashcards for me, that could be wanikani for you. reading. In my class, they would tell me that I would have to think up at least like 5 words that each kanji was in, and write the writing and the meaning. So yeah, and then application. The reading is just application. Follow just a plot, sleep to revenge for the redeems. Yeah. Made us grind a table of the characters in my first class. No fun games. Yeah. If you can make it into a game, for sure. And I know you said you were going to make a game. That'd be very cool. I would love to play it. I'm going to try and make a game eventually.
La la la.
Hey, P-chan.
La la la.
P-chan.
Yes, ayo arigato. For anybody who didn't know, by the way, give me that man. That's my wife. Multiple ways, yeah. Multiple ways are more fun, and you need to attack it from all different angles, for one. For a lot of... This isn't necessarily relevant to you, but just in general. I think that in language, actually like the first, I would say, like school years, first 2 school years are actually the most important and most used grammar that you're going to learn. And when I was studying, I studied one way, like the first school year's worth, like with one textbook, like per se. And then I would start over with a different program, and I started over multiple times doing it different ways. And like just doing the same thing but with several different approaches is a really good way to master anything. Oof. Oh, thank you if you're explaining why arigatou gozaimasu is in the past. Some help. I'll read it out loud though. Help to end that help is over when they use arigatou gozaimasu, like when the kombini work gives you stuff you bought. Yeah, because it's... Yeah, so Prosto-san, Perbender-san, right, by the way, I'm not approaching it a different way. The Japanese grammar, if you notice, we don't call it present tense, future tense, past tense. It's usually past tense and non-past tense, because arigatou gozaimasu is it's present plus future, essentially. Well, let me finish reading if he already explained this. But, well, you know, I'm just going to say it, and then I'll try and catch up with reading. So yeah, if something was already technically in the past, they've already done something, maybe they're not going to be helping you again in the future, like the kombini example. Maybe they will, you don't know. The thing has already been done, so arigatou gozaimashita, right? Past tense. Whereas you might use arigatou gozaimasu for something that's still continuing, or they're going to do for you in the future. They've agreed to do something for you in the future. If I ask my wife to make me a song for my game, このレベルの曲を作ってくれない? And then she might say yes, and I'd say, oh, arigato. Or if I were saying formal, I'd say, arigatou gozaimasu. I guess there is no past tense in casual. Arigato datta. You don't say that. ね、おかしいよね。ありがとうございましたって言うのに、ありがとうだったって言えないね。不思議。You know, I think you got a good Peben-san with that particular thing is learned through experience rather than in school, and yeah, I agree. What you explained. Wanakane teaches radicals, then kanji and the vocabulary. Yeah, and I think that's great. I think Wanakane is a great tool. I think Duolingo also, as much people give it crap, is also a decent tool. But especially with Duolingo, you got to know they're doing a lot of automatically generated stuff, so it should not be the only tool. Wanakane at least is done by actual smart people putting it together. I'm going to skip over any questions to each other. Well, that much since I finished explaining it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's interesting when, like, between different languages. It's not just about learning how to conjugate in that, or like learning just the grammar of that that language. It's also about learning the culture of when would you use this. Like, if we just learn, oh, the past tense of thank you goes arigatou gozaimashita, and we use it as we do in English or whatever our native language is, it would actually be wrong because the times that they use it in Japan or in Japanese are different, right? It's almost more of the cultural reason. I don't think I talked to you. I did. Oh, okay. It was in the east. It was literally like the east side of this town. I legitimately thought it was way off to the left. Okay. This is the quest person. This game is so weird. This girl is injured, and as part of the storyline, I need to go and help heal her because I'm an apothecary. But before we do that, let's make sure to steal everything she's got in her pockets. Ask her about secrets around the town. That's much more important than healing her. I could even, if I had different characters, I could decide to fight her, to have her hand over her stuff. So weird. So weird. Okay. Ite. Ano yaro, yoku mo oyaji no kata no. Ouch, that bastard. How dare they do whatever they did with my father's blade. Ano katana wa waga ie no kaho toremodosu nakia oyaji ni kao muge dekine. Wait, isn't this a girl? I thought it was a girl. I guess it's not. He's not talking like a girl at all. Kenshi, I guess is a dude. That sword is a family heirloom of our house. If I don't take it, I can't face my father. Kaomuke is kind of an interesting word. Ne Leon. Leon, hayo. Was it Kaomuke? I'm assuming somebody stole his sword. He didn't actually finish the sentence. Tabeta? Leon, tabeta? Jireo, tabeta? Leon-kun? Kaomuke. So Kao is face. Mukeru, if we finish this, is to face. It's kind of funny. Kao is face, my face. Mukeru is to face, as in like which way you are facing. So Kaomuke is literally to face someone, as in this case, like I can't face my father without that sword. I'm trying to figure out a better way to put that in the dictionary, or in my showing one's face in public is what pops up in the dictionary. Face a person. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. And I was going to add also, kaho is a good word. You'll probably hear that a lot in games or stories. Not that kaho, not that. This one. We literally have this first one is house, or in one way it can mean family, like houses and house of people, right? And then takara, or whole, this is treasure. So family treasure or family heirloom. Not necessarily house treasure, right? But because although this is often used for house, for example, if my last name were Keen, it would be like Keen-ke is my house. And ke, sorry, the ke uses this kanji. Okay. あいつは、東西砂道に、内寺にいるはず。でも、俺の腕じゃ勝てねえ。Okay. あ、口寺。So he's in the east side sand path, the old rundown temple, but I can't beat him. I'm just missing grammar. Hey Arcane, how's it going, bud? Thank you for the lurk. Arigato, an adverb here. Arigato. No, what's it called? It's not an adverb. What's it called? What is thank you, guys? Like grammatically. Yeah, I can't think of which part of speech arigato would be. But prosto-san, gozaimasu is what you're adding to make it formal. If that makes sense. It's not, in a way, it's like just the mas part of your verbs, right? Yeah, part of speech, I haven't really thought of that. I don't know if I can answer it in that way. Should it mean something? It means to be. You look up gozaru in the dictionary, it will say to be. Honorific added. Yeah, honorific or respectable language sonkengo. Oh, sorry.
What they mean. If I find a word I like, I tell you the meaning, and then I post a lesson on YouTube, and then we find some words again.
子供が邪魔する赴くままスライムの本が最高だ Good morning mama
So sit back and just vibe. Hit that follow, hit subscribe. Stick around if you please.
I maybe look
Some Japanese.
Okay, welcome back, kind of the side. You're watching Keen Reflex. Oh, I forgot to put it over there. You're watching Keen Reflex. This is the base for you guys to practice Japanese while enjoying video games. お帰りなさいませ。Keen Reflex でございます。こちらゲームを楽しみながら日本語も英語も勉強できるところでございます。Okay. So, these guess the meaning ones are hard. All of these words, essentially, the way I do it is I separate them into decks for each game. So every word that came in here, we talked about during an Octopath Traveler 2 stream, or it popped up in the game. And so yeah, this game is more aimed, not necessarily at adults, but probably at least like high school aged kids. As you know, it's not like Pokemon level of language. So yeah, there might be some harder ones in there. But also lately, well, I think even just today, I think I learned 2 new words from this game. So if a translator is learning new words, then they're probably going to be kind of higher level. Does your wife speak English? Not really. She's not interested in learning English, but she's getting better and better lately at understanding. But no, our common language is Japanese for sure. She's in chat. She's give me that mayonnaise song. You can speak to her in English, and she'll probably respond in Japanese. I'm smart. Okay, let's go over the question really quick. In the chat was, this is a simple one. Conjugate O to the te form. I think there's a lot of te form questions in here. That's where I started because I think it's really important, but I'll start to add more grammatical stuff than just te form. Sorry guys, I'm really grilling you with the te form stuff in there. But what's the rule? If it ends in U, du, tsu, trying to think if there were more. At least those 3, possibly more. Can't think off the top of my head. It's gonna be small tsu te for the te form. So O is gonna become otte. Ku is gonna be kutte. What else? Kau, katte. Right? Te, guys. Okay. We've gotten like 5 minutes worth of storyline in 2 hours, so. あいつも分かっていて、俺を見逃したのか。くそー! Okay. Oh, that was a sub story. What? That wasn't even okay. Well, still no idea where to go then. That has a bad habit of not saying a, an, or not knowing which words are countable. Just wondering if you had any tips for Japanese people learning that. It's really bad because I don't know why, but I'm a native. I started copying her wrong English. I mean, I know why that phenomenon happens, but how are the kids' language stuff going? Leon should be learning more. I need to be pushing him more, but he did finish. He's the first person to play my game other than me, like actual play, and he pretty much is almost done with the game at 9 hours. So that's pretty impressive. However, he kind of refuses to speak Japanese. We're trying to. I'm gonna get on this bet more later. I'm gonna make an Anki for him for just Japanese basic vocab, because I think that's where he's lacking his confidence. He can't remember the words he needs, but he does have the grammar in there. Anyway, back to, let's see, an, or knowing words that are countable. I mean, an is a simple rule. Right, I don't know if like specifically for Japanese people, and the question is legit because there is ways to teach to specifically Japanese people, but I mean it's really just whether the next one is a consonant or not, right? Which is shin. I mean, if it helps you knowing the word for consonant in Japanese. Boin is vowel and shin is. I'll just write it in here. Nope, not that one. That's interesting. Why is it like that? Now because of the kanji, my brain just told me that I'm 99% sure I'm right. Oh, uh-oh. Am I freezing? No, but my Google is. There we go. Why is it backwards from what you'd expect? Yeah, I'm right. Yeah. Yeah, Shin is consonant. And then Boin is vowel, which is interesting because the child is the consonants and the vowels are the mother. I guess I just assumed the other. I don't know why. There are spoons in there. There's spoons in here. Open it up. Go open it up. Look on the right side. There's like 20 spoons in there. Did you find a spoon? Okay, give me a second, guys. Water sink. Believe me. Refuses to believe that the spoons are clean because they had water stains. Okay, then the second part of your question was, countable. Eesh. Okay, give me a second. Let me catch up with chat and I'll keep thinking about that. Forced me to run in ahead, recently learned rules. My 3-year-old speaks a lot of Japanglish. My 6-year-old he's only been in the US for a year. But I guess it was an important year from 5 to 6 to where all of his friends speak English. He, for some reason, won't remember the word Japanese. He calls it what mama speaks. Which is weird because we speak Japanese to each other in front of him all the time. She's currently in Japan, still waiting for her visa. I know, I've been here for a year. What was I gonna say? Anyway, we're struggling with the older one. He's leaning way towards English right now, and you don't know why. He mixed words in the same sentence to jump back and forth. Yeah, I mean that's great for communication, which is really important for girlfriend boyfriend, right? That's what's most important. As far as learning, that can be sometimes a little bit detrimental. Am I cold? No. Are you cold? Either one is like memorizing Itzendoshi. You need to know the things count. Yeah, the countable part. Yeah. Trying to think if I did have any. I'd like a Japanese girlfriend, or just girlfriend, or just more knowledge of Japanese. Let's split 50-50. Contacted our rep to look into my husband's paperwork with immigration. They've had almost 2 years. Anywho, yeah, we started. We went online to look at how long it should take. They said the average time it's going to take to get her visa. It said anywhere from 3 months to 2 years. So we applied 6 months before we planned on moving out. It's now been 2 years, and she's finally getting it the end of this month. And she'll be here next month. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Okay, because not trying to make them bilingual would be... Oh, absolutely. And you do need to try. I thought that it would be as easy as just speaking both languages in front of them, but as I'm already struggling, we will succeed, but as I'm already struggling with the 6-year-old being motivated to want to know Japanese, you do need to try it. You need to be active. I mean, don't worry about having a kid or not, but just, yeah, be active in teaching them both. My 3-year-old is at the stage where, and my 6-year-old went through this as well, where he doesn't know which is English and which is Japanese. He's just learning words. So he speaks very much Japanglish. Okay, seriously, how do we even check our quests? By the way, guys, here soon in about 15-20 minutes, I will have to take my kid to kindergarten, which is where we take our kind of longer break. It's about a 10 to 15 minute break. The school is right next to us, right down the street. Basically, whether it's 10 or 15 minutes depends on whether I hit the one red light or not. Both ways. Where the heck? They said like a small, this looks like a koya. Oh, is it inside here? Can we go in here? I didn't realize we can go inside there. That's where it is. I don't remember if I've missed answering something. You guys asked a lot of really good questions. It requires effort, yes. But if you have put that effort in, you'll get it. News to me about that? Yeah. She's got her interview. I mean, I guess it's not 100%, but there's basically no reason for them to say no. The worst case scenario is our paperwork isn't sufficient and she has to reschedule her interview, which could take another few months, but hopefully that doesn't even happen. You know, make an effort. The kid just learned the more useful languages and this choppy knowledge. Yeah. Currently what I'm doing, I don't know what, because it's crazy, because like his ADHD mind is like, we have to have him learn sight words and whatever. And he's like easily top of his class. Like I have Anki, I made a whole Anki of all of like the, I don't know how many, like 200, 300 words that they need to learn for the next 3 years, the sight words. And he's finished them in 1 year. And he's just blazing through it. It's so easy. And then I'm teaching him hiragana, and he's like, I'll teach him and then and I'll teach him, just for example, because I have it in random in Anki. And he'll be like, oh, okay, yeah. That's and I'll teach him D. It's like, okay. And I bring back the and he's like, what's that? Okay? I'm like, you saw this like literally 5 seconds ago. It's like the complete opposite. Like, it's from when I'm doing the sight words, he almost never gets anything wrong, even if it's the first time he's even seen a word that doesn't even have the right, it doesn't even follow the pronunciation rules. It's crazy. Anyway. My game actually helped him a lot, which is good for both my game and for him. We'll get it though. But anyway, sorry, what I wanted to say is, what I'm starting to do is Anki every day for him learning. Right now, hiragana, later it'll be like words and whatever. I actually have my own, it's on my merch site. I don't know the exact location, but if you look on there, I made, for hiragana here, I made these just practice sheets for hiragana. So I print those out for him we'll do like one of those a day. And then we have a bunch of kind of preschool textbooks kind of things that my wife brought back from Japan. And so we're using those every day for him to, yeah, you should basically like homeschool him a little bit after school or her in the other language that they're not going to school for. Oof. Too much good conversations that I'm not getting anywhere. How long do you guys plan on sleeping? Okay. If you're sleeping, how are you supposed to eat? I'm confused. Oh no. He just stopped bleeding. Leave him alone. Did he just kick him or something? Okay, I'm gonna summarize because we need to go. Okay, basically this guy's a really he's an alpha male. He didn't want her to go easy on them. Yeah. For men that don't work, they shouldn't be
ちょっといい
eaten.
かしら
He's a jerk.
顔だ。
He's technically on our side, but he's a jerk.
あるのか。
Miss Rachel is good for learning English. We got the opposite problem though, but that's great. Education in general. No, that's nice. That's nice. I think actually my 3-year-old is more leaning towards Japanese right now. So yeah, I just try to go to as many Japanese restaurants in different places where the workers are Japanese, and then I tell them you're not allowed to speak English here. I tell them that he'll speak English to you, but please pretend like you don't understand, even though they do. Interview wasn't too bad. We had a massive stack of papers and pictures and the like. Hopefully with how long you two have been married, it'll be easy for her to... Yeah, I feel like it. I mean, because technically we've already turned in that paperwork. She just needs to bring physical copies to show that they proper exist, I guess. That they're legit. How it works. Aha, uhu. Yep, aha, totally understand, yep. Hyperfixation versus how once I saw an ADHD explained, brain recognized boring things as stress and physically rejects doing. Yeah, exactly. Which is exactly what I'm trying to help him be motivated. But with my wife being in Japan and only speaking to him like for like an hour a day, it's hard for him to, like, if she was here, the house would be just all Japanese. But yeah. That'll hopefully help. You have a problem with the way I handle my men? There's no way he can, no way he can just start moving just because he stopped bleeding.
安静にしなければ傷が開き悪化してしまう
Yeah, that's kind of common sense. You don't need to be a apothecary to say that. But yeah, if he doesn't rest, his wound is going to open back up and it's going to get worse.
エドマンドさん、僕はまだ。
Admin, I can still.
骨なしが。
A spineless wimp.
ちんたらやってる暇
I gotta make more Japanese. Yeah, I don't think I can.
ついてこい。
I don't think I can keep up with the rate that he's supposed to be learning. You know, like the Hiragana hero. I thought I'd get it because he should have been. I feel like he should be learning Hiragana at least by 5. He's 6 now, and finally get the game done. He's a Giga Chad, yeah. Yeah, we don't have. They don't have time to be dilly-dallying around. Everybody with a spine, follow me. It's interesting. I feel like a lot of time we say spine for like courage, where they say bone, kind of, which is similar. Get out of the way. Doke. That's a good word, by the way. Doketer. Oh, that's the wrong. Or doku, sorry. He's using doku. Would it be... Let's just use hiragana. Doku, this could also mean poison if it was a different kanji, but doku is to get out of somebody's way, to get out of the way. Dokeru would mean to take something out of the way, like if there's a, I don't know, I have this sitting in front of the camera, I'm like, whoa, and I dokeru it out of the way of the camera, right? Tadoshi, what's the word? Transitive verb would be dokeru. Judoshi, the intransitive is doku. But he says, the rude way, doke. Get the hell out of my way. Stupid apothecary that can't fight. If you even knew, she can fight quite well, actually. I heard once that an anime or something, but of course you would really hear it in Japan unless you encountered a real asshole. Doke. I mean, you might hear doite kudasai. Doite. Doite is not necessarily rude if you say it in a nice manner. Doite. My wife might say that, like if we're trying to, if I'm like standing in her way in the kitchen or something and I don't notice she's trying to get through. But yeah, doke is very rude, absolutely. Using just that conjugation Yeah, so he said doke. It's you basically, if it's a goldan verb, you just take that last one and you make it into the e form and then stop. So it's the same as the possibility, except you stop after that. So doke. You might have heard like an anime like kurae. Kurau means to take a hit, to eat. It means like to eat a hit, eat something, but it's usually like to take one. So when you say kurae, you're taking the kurau, you're taking the u into the e, and you're in a rude way saying take this hit. Trying to think of other things we often say in a rude way. But yeah, you just take it, you put it into the e row. I mean, your maybe rude father might, instead of, because you can say ku is another way to say taberu, to eat. If he's kind of, and this is totally possible in certain families, not my particular family, but if your son is, I don't know, being slow and they're not eating, you might say kue. The u becomes e. Haiku kue. Yeah, so dokeru, I wasn't sure if that was the right kanji or not. I thought it was, but then the first thing that popped up was shiri dokeru. No, it is the right kanji for what we're talking about. Do you know that what he was saying? So yeah, it's the right kanji. What he was saying is technically not a conjugation of dokeru, but a conjugation of doku. Because dokeru is the transitive, the one that needs an object. So dokeru is, like I said, maybe something's in the way of the camera, maybe there's a chair in the way of people's path, and I would dokeru the chair out of the way. But if there's no object, I am essentially the object. Say what? Good job, arigato. You can, and then let's get ready to go. Let's brush our teeth after that. Let's go. So yeah. So doku is for me to go out of the way. I dokimasu. Gomen, doku ne. I don't really think there's too many times you'd say that, but technically I could. And so yeah, then as I was saying, the conjugation for the rude way to the rude command is to take that ku from the doku and make it ke. Does that make sense? I just want to make sure that that's understanding, because it's just a coincidence that dokeru also is ke. If that makes sense. Itai.
私にできるのは目の前の患者を救うこと。
By the way, if I ever point out any possible mistakes or anything for anybody in chat, it's all for learning purposes and never to make anybody feel bad for having made a mistake. And you don't have to own any mistakes. Just learn from it, if that makes sense. Never want to put anybody down for learning. It's actually the exact opposite. Why doesn't my phone suggest that the kanji for doku? Because it's not as common. Because this is probably the first thing that pops up. Also, my phone is terrible with guessing the kanji that I need. It's always at like the very bottom. It's really annoying. But also phones, they kind of slowly learn from you. And so if you start using that more often, then it'll pop up more. Yeah. I'm wondering if it's possibly a kanji that's usually just, the word, sometimes words are just often written in hiragana regardless of whether there's a kanji for it. I don't know whether this is one of those or not. Well, Bikursa, can you turn it off? Thank you. Okay. Can you eat while you get your socks and shoes on? Leon, you knew the timer. You saw the timer. That's the whole point. It's there, bud. You knew how much time you had. Okay. But yeah, I don't know how that works with the default, right? You'd think the most common would be at the top. Okay, what I can do is heal the patients in front of me.
あの薬師に話をしてみよう。
Oh, that was an apothecary? I keep saying apothecary because there's priests and there's apothecaries in this game. There's a really rude apothecary. Otosu versus Ochiru and throw in Osu? And throw in Osu, okay. After the mushroom emoji. It pops up after the mushroom emoji, that's funny. Yeah, even for me, and I think maybe I pushed it once on accident, when I'm trying to type wara, which is very commonly used in casual conversation with your wife, as you know, should be like this, or sometimes it doesn't have the, this is like LOL in English, but for some reason my phone likes to put this at the top, which I'm never going to use. This is wara as in wheat, like waraboshi, like yeah, or ksa for laughing, right? And my phone, for some reason, puts that at the top, in front of. I've typed wara so many times, and I always have to type. I'll show you actually. Well, let's see. So if I go in to line, I go to talk to my wife. I don't know, my phone is dumb. And this is a Japanese phone too. I type in wara. My choices are warae, wara as in wheat, warai, warate, waraigoe, warao. I can't find a just wara. Warai banashi, warai mono, warabi. I always have to type something in and then delete the extra. Right? It should be first. In previous phones, and I think even this phone before it was, and then it just kind of disappeared from my dictionary. I have to type in usually warai or wadae. That's actually another, as what we were just talking about, the changing it to the arrow. If you want to tell somebody rudely, laugh. Warao is to laugh, right? So then you just take the u, put it in the arrow, wadae! Which is funny, actually I was just noticing when I pulled this up, one of the last times I used it with my wife, I typed in wara, picked the first one without thinking, push enter, and it was warae. It was after I said something funny. And she knew what happened, but she's like... I then did it intentionally after that with several exclamation points. Warae! It's like saying laugh, damn it! But yeah, I don't know why that was at the top. Now it's at the top because I intentionally did it after that. Anyway, okay. I do need to... I'm gonna go over here. Settlers Catan in Japanese. Catan! That's a board game, yeah? Where you're trying to get as much area as you can, and you get like wheat and stuff. Yeah, I just played that for the first time like a few weeks ago. I wouldn't even know what you were talking about up for that. And it was at a birthday party for my son's friend. The older brother of that friend had just gotten the board game and wanted to play, but he needed at least 3 people, I guess. And so I played with the son and my son's friend's dad after the party. I stayed after the party to play this Catan with them. And it was pretty fun, yeah. Like a resource game. I won. I felt a little bad because I was playing against a maybe 10, 11-year-old. And then the dad who maybe isn't as into games, but I can't like turn off my game brain.
And this is a space for
yeah, it was a lot of fun. I liked it. Interesting, and you play that in Japanese. That sounds fun too. Okay, but I do need to take my kid to kindergarten. We still have an hour or so of stream, but this is our kind of longer break because I got to take him there. It takes anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes. There's still the usual question in chat, and yeah, technically the 3-minute break. Places you choose at the start are very important. Oh, interesting. Well, we played with the default rules where, yeah, because it was our first time. Like they were decided where we start. But yeah, I can see why they're very important. Okay. では、10から15分ぐらいの休憩いただきたいと思いますが、その時間を使ってぜひ、水飲んだり、トイレしたり、食べたり、コーヒー飲んだりして、自分のケアしてください。あとは何があるかな Yeah. Probably still be okay. 行ってきます。See you guys soon. Okay, thank you, Leon. いい子だ。じゃあ、15分ぐらい後にまた会いましょう。
This is Keen Reflex. And this is a space for you guys to practice Japanese while enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese and then I tell you what they mean. If I find a word I like, I tell you the meaning and then I post a lesson on YouTube and then we find some words again.
子供が邪魔する赴くままスライムの本が最高だ。Good morning, mama.
So sit back and just vibe. Hit that follow, hit subscribe. Stick around if you please.
Maybe look
Some Japanese. This is Keen Reflex. And this is a space for you guys to practice Japanese while enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese and then I tell you what they mean. If I find a word I like, I tell you the meaning, and then I post a lesson on YouTube and then we find some words again.
子供が邪魔する赴くままスライムの本が最高だ Good morning mama
So sit back and just vibe. Hit that follow, hit subscribe. Stick around if you please.
Maybe look
Some Japanese.
左手に愛をもらい共に走る君だけのこのストーリー君はもう最高のプレイヤー経験値とスキルを磨く声あんとどこへでも飛んでいける You can start again 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 and again 何度ヒットポイントがゼロになっても You can start again 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 and again 必ず見つけられる君のスター さあボタン押して始めようか恐れないで手ならかすから君はこのゲームのルーラーさ負けてもいい倒れてもいいいつでもできるゲームスター You can start again 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 and again 何度ゲームオーバーになっても You can start again 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 and again 必ずたどり着ける君のよう
Hey yo, welcome back. Okaida Nasai. You're watching Keen Reflex. This is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. 皆さん、Okaida Nasai ませ。Keen Reflex でございます。こちらはゲームを楽しみながら日本語も英語も勉強できるところでございます。Yes. Oh yeah, it's still down there. Encryption cipher. Yeah. Do know that. Nice. You actually got one of the words that was literally in there. First of all, I noticed Pear-san guessing a lot of the words, which I very much appreciate because a lot of people are afraid to say it out loud and then be wrong, which you shouldn't be. That's you learn by nailed it because I'm a programmer. Yeah. But I think it's a natural instinct in us. But everybody pay attention. This is how you really learn.
And this is a space for you.
But do know, I was gonna say that whenever I'm putting them in here, I have to try and put the wording that I think makes the most sense without context, because you don't have context here. And also, it's gotta fit in this small space. So like, when I saw you guess Bibider, everything you said was right. Those are definitely nuances of Bibider. But then I just put to get scared on there. I think that was in the context that we had in that particular one, it was to get scared, which is another nuance of Bibider. Yeah. It kind of feels like opposite from what we know in Western culture, right? Like if you got a fat belly, you're probably pretty greedy.
This is Keen Reflex. And this is
I like the one that kind of got half right just from the kanji. That's what's fun about kanji, yeah.
video games.
I honestly think that Japanese or even Chinese have it the right way, because although it takes us a while, a while to learn all of the characters, once you do, learning new words is a breeze. Okarinasai, tadaima, arigatou. What was, let me scroll up for the that's a game. What was the question? It's way up there now. Might be harder as we get more talkative. Okay, fill in the blank to say I will go to Midgar in Japanese. Gotcha. So this is a particle question. Nidagaru blank ikimasu. Right? So have de wo wa ni. Basically, our location particle is going to be ni. E would also be acceptable, but it's not one of the choices. Nidagaru ni ikimasu. Beer belly, yeah.
And then I tell you what they mean. If I find a word I like, I tell you the meaning and Keen!
I never heard of it. My girlfriend said back when I was overweight, I had a beat about it. Yeah. Yep, that's the thing. Okay. For time constraints, I'm gonna read this out loud, but I will summarize in the end. この治療院だいぶ散らかってるわね。このままじゃ不衛生だし、後で掃除しておかないと。掃除、誰をやるつもりなの? I knew she was gonna say it that way. Okay, so I know I said I was gonna summarize, but yes, yeah, I prefer Switch for most of my games. I like PlayStation, but I don't have a 5. And I have Steam, but somehow things will always mess up my PC when it's, you know, the streaming and the game is on the same system. Anyway, so yeah, Switch is my preferred for most of the games. But we have a few on... We don't currently have one on PlayStation, but we had some on PlayStation 4 and some on Steam. But in the scene here, we have... I know I said I was going to summarize, but I'm already going to summarize the first few sentences. She said, oh, this place is all dirty, and as a place of for healing, that's unsafe, what's the word? Unsanitary. So I gotta clean. I gotta solji. And this other girl is an assassin. So she goes, oh, cleaning. You gotta clean, huh? I don't know if this works in English. You gotta clean up, huh? Who do you plan on killing? She's very polite. The apothecary, yeah. I don't remember if she speaks in Desmas. We'll see in a second. My brain already forgot. But yeah. By the way, I don't know if you've seen... Yeah, no, you knew. Yeah, so this is Yadur. And if with the kanji, for the korosu kanji, it means to kill. It's just a more slang way of saying to kill. Well, usually, the more slang way, it sounds more like, I don't know, like a gang member is doing it, a yakuza is doing it, somebody who's a professional killer is doing it. I guess that's the way to put it. When you use yaru, it's usually like a professional is doing the killing. Whereas korosu is usually like somebody who usually wouldn't go killing people. Or I guess korosu is actually just more, it encompasses everything. And so it's often more used for, yeah, for everything. F over. Yeah, but yeah, it means to kill someone, yeah. No, yarareru, to get taken advantage of, F'd over. Yarareta, like yarareta. That wouldn't be this kanji. I mean, you could use this kanji, but that would mean to get killed, if you did. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say yarareta in that way, though. But grammatically, I guess it's possible. I mean, yarareta as far as with this kanji, like the kill kanji. But yarareta as the normal meaning, because yaru just means to do, right? In general, without this kanji. But yeah, yarareta is like, I got screwed over. You got me. Anyway, technically two different words. When I say with this kanji, without this kanji, I mean that's what are they called again? Words that sound the same but are different. Anyway, who do you plan on killing? Nani o yaru ka desu te? And so yeah, now she's misunderstanding because yaru is that word I can't remember. Homophone, thank you, is a homophone. And they're talking, so they can't see kanji. We see that, they don't. She goes, what am I going to do? Right? Because yaru means do. So ne, mazu gomi o... Yep. And of course she uses words that can also be construed as killing. Mazu gomi o katazuki o kashira. I guess I'll throw out the trash. Literally. I mean, that's the literal way to do it. She's probably going to... Well, I'll go ahead and do it. I already know how she's going to say. Doukan shakai no gomi o... Kabi korosu... Shu... Nandake? Demo korosu beki. Yeah, I agree. We should... we should definitely kill the trash of society, is what she says. But matsu? Trying to think of a word that's in, because that also means to kill or to. Trying to remember. Omoidasenai. Goodbye radicals. 1, 2, 3. Massatsu. あ、知ってる言葉じゃあ、ありがとう。抹殺。It was 抹殺。でも、ほら、松で合ってたじゃん。ただ、殺すのを読む忘れてたみたい。What is 狩り? Where did that pop out? Massatsu. What's the word? ありがとう。Hey Christina, how's it going? Yeah, the first character was also erasure, right? So, or sorry, erase. And so massatsu is like erasure, obliterate, like wipe out. Let's add that. To wipe out. To wipe out people, a type of people. Or, yeah. Not to fall off your skateboard or your surfboard. What do you say it says before korosu? So that's, it only has a onyomi as far as I know, and it's matsu. If you type in massatsu, massatsu no matsu ni korosu de. Matcha no, soda. Tashikani. That's in mat. So, kanji wa wasarete. My wife made a good point. The first kanji is it means erasure, or it also means what? To rub, like probably to rub something to the point of erasing, right? So it's kind of like rub out plus kill. It's like to wipe out someone, right? Or some people. But the matsu is also the same matsu as in matcha, which I think is because what you rub the. I'm assuming this is a guess from the kanji, but I'm assuming it's because you probably rub the leaves to get it into a powder. I guess you kind of smash it. You smash it. I don't know a lot about tea, so don't ask me about the specifics of that, but. Subeki? Do you know biki? Just the word biki, a grammar word. Yeah, okay. So this is basically saying surubeki, subeki. I don't remember if there's any nuancical differences between subeki and surubeki. Subeki. Trying to remember. Surubeki. My first initial search says that there's no difference between them, but there's probably sometimes where you can't use one or the other. But I don't have time to delve really deep into things that I don't. I get a lot of people saying they're the same. I have one person saying that subeki sounds a little bit katai, like a. Yeah. So yeah, it's basically saying you should. I'm trying to think, do we ever do that with any other words besides suru? I don't think we do. Korobeki. Korosubeki, yeah. Yeah, and I can see why you thought, I think I actually thought that as well too. I wasn't sure if this matsu was the kunyomi, which would mean that it would end with korosubeki, and it would mean the same thing. So I think even a native speaker can kind of see that mistake. Massatsu? So now she's confused. All of a sudden she used a word that's clearly talking about assassination. まあ確かにそれくらい徹底した気持ちで掃除しないとね。Completely wipe out? I guess, yeah, you should probably have that kind of attitude when cleaning. 徹底的って英語なんだっけ? I know what 徹底的 means, but I forgot what we say in English. Like complete, like, なんだっけな? Not missing any corner kind of thing. Fully, 徹底. Why can't I think of the English? Thoroughness, that's the word. We can add that, but we gotta continue. それと、証拠は絶対に残さないようにして、and make sure to not leave any evidence. わかってるわ。ちゃんと拭き掃除するから。I know, I'll make sure to wipe everything really clean. They're taking this for taking a really long. なんだっけこれあれちゃん。結露血跡かな? I can't remember if this is kunyami or onyami, but this is basically traces of blood. を落とすときは、お湯じゃなくて水がいいから。そうなの? 知らなかった。when taking, I didn't know this by the way. When cleaning up blood stains, like blood stains, water is better than hot water. Really? 結婚ありがとう. This word that my wife just put down for us. Yeah, so the second one means like traces of or like tracks. And then the first one is blood. So this is a homophone for marriage. I'll show you this really quick. So yeah, blood, I'm sure you knew. And then this next one is also ato, right? So I'm sure you've heard of ato as like traces of or like ashiato, which is not this kanji, but well, actually, maybe it is, because we do have footprint right here. Either way, it's the same meaning, right? The mark or footprint. Maybe it is the same kanji. But so that's why I wasn't sure if it was chiato or it's kikkon though. And so that means a blood stain. So if you have a mark, a footprint of blood, kikkon, it's a blood stain. Anyway, we're learning neat words. We're learning a lot and not progressing that much, but that's okay, because the current audience especially. Kikkon, blood stain. Not to be confused with marriage. Alcohol で、拭いた方が絶対にいいだろう。結婚？なんで知ってんの？あれちゃん。なんで詳しいの？ねえ、教えて。あれちゃん apparently knows how to clean up blood stains. さっきからすごい言葉ばっかりがフラッシュカードに入れてるな。確かに。ごめんな。From dramas. やっぱり that's so funny. I was just talking about how it's a homophone for marriage, and of course she hears it as marriage. 結婚？誰を落とすの？おもろいだこの二人。Marriage? And then she uses the phrasing like, who are you going to drop? Which literally means like, who are you going to like make yours? But she's going to think of it as, who are you going to kill? Because the usually you wouldn't, yeah. 鼻血を床に散らしたことがあるから。Okay, okay. Things like this must drive translators crazy. Yeah, this would be really hard to translate because all of the homophones wouldn't be the same in English. Oh yeah, she's had nosebleeds on the floor before. I was asking her why she knows how to clean up blood. ねえ、なんだか話が噛み合ってない気がしない？そうかも。Yeah, she's like, Why do I get the feeling we're not talking about the same thing? There's more. Okay, I said I wasn't going to translate, but I couldn't help it. This time I promise I'm just going to summarize. エドマンド、よく喋る男だ。オズワルドとは正反対ね。そうとも限らない。俺も頭の中では、何？焼き舌？何これ？ I'm not gonna look it up. We need to go. どういうこと様々な視点の自分がいて、常に対話をしている。自分とお話しするなんてなんだか面白いわね。君も似たものだと思ってたが、以前君の独り言を聞いたという者がいたぞ。まるで誰かと話しているようだったと。あらやだ。気づかなかったわ。Okay. Basically, she's just saying, he said that dude talks slosh, and he said, oh, I thought you don't, or you're just the opposite of you.
さっきはありがとう。あなたは
No, I actually talk a lot. It's just mostly in my head or to myself. Oh, really? I didn't realize. I thought I definitely heard you talking to yourself. Yeah, that was not nearly as funny as the other one. Thank you so much for a second ago.
旅の薬師です。
I'm a traveling apothecary. Let me help you. Hey, Fallenir-san. What's up, dude?
薬師は私しかいなくてね。
Strange to me how different the characters talk. Strange or interesting? Well, they got to make themselves completely different types of characters, right? And these are very different characters in their ways of life. Like there's the traveling apothecary, there's an assassin, and that's actually useful in Japanese, how just by the way that people talk, you can tell whether they're male presenting, female presenting, whether they're possibly like a low life, like a Yakuza type character. You can tell so much by just even reading the way they speak. Much more than English, although it's possible in English, not nearly as much. Like Super Majime or Very Valley Girl, yeah. I need to remember the word Valley Girl when translating like Getter speech. By the way, guys, super cool game dev is in chat now. Mr. Farania-san. I think, is it still this? I actually haven't used it, I don't know why, in a while. IRL people I talk, yeah. That's because in stories in Japanese, they really want, especially in Japanese, especially things like manga or games, still exist in dramas, but less prevalent. They really want to make each character very koseiteki. Give me a second. Easier to explain in Japanese, this particular concept. It's definitely possible in English, I just... Very individualistic, unique, for them to each have their very individual characters and attitudes and everything. And so they go over the top, yeah. Absolutely, it's definitely not like in real life. You're right. They play up the characters, yeah. I wonder how the game is translated. Yeah, I mean... Well, but this kind of thing is prevalent in a lot of games. But often in English, they just get really poetic for some reason in the English translation of games. They'll have one person that'll be speaking like they're from Shakespearean times, and I don't know this particular game in English, but I have a feeling that this one definitely, because it has a lot of does have kind of a lot of older speech in it. It's probably like almost Shakespearean in a way in the English. Okay. Okay, she's the apothecary. That's what I thought. That's a lot of help. I'm the only apothecary here. When she said I gotta speak to the apothecary, I thought she meant I need to give a talking to that rude apothecary that just left. So, literally talking about this one. Alright, we're done. Thank you so much for helping. Style got the translation for each character possible. They might even have like one translator per character. That's how I would do it personally. personally, if I was the head of that. I say I have 10 years of translation experience. Almost none of it, other than side projects, is in like entertainment, unfortunately. That's a harder to get into niche. Oh, no, stop. And I just skipped a bunch. It's harder to get in niche. What are you doing? Pause. And pays way less. But personally, if I had like a team of translators for a game like this, I would definitely have like, maybe not one translator per person, but definitely have, you know, you're in charge of these two people. You're in charge of this major character and these minor characters, you know? Because then they would definitely keep it consistent. I was so busy I didn't even notice, but I've met you before, yeah? I'm so sorry. I've lost my memory. Oh, man, we got such great stuff in chat today, Fale, that my brain is going here and there. I totally forgot to continue. Oh, did I type in Fale? Yes. Guys, scroll up a little bit. But my buddy, my IRL friend, Falinir, who I've gone to TwitchCon with before, a lot of fun, super cool dude. He's actually the person who inspired me to make my own game. I don't know if I mentioned Parasam, but this is my first actual game to make, and I don't actually, like I said, I quit my CS major, so I don't even know any programming language. I'm making it in RPG Maker, but Polynir-san is he inspired me to make my own game. I tell him, it's like, you don't need to learn languages, just do it, just make it, right? So I did. Because he's making a super cool Twitch integrated game where you can play in chat all through chat commands. You don't have to download anything. He does, the streamer does, but everybody in chat just says, oh, exclamation point join, exclamation point change job to a warrior, which is, you know, very biased opinion, best character because it's played by me. Yeah, super cool game. You should go check it out. If not the game, it's still in production, but I think you can still, anybody can download it, right? Like in its current state. And I did, and I finished it literally yesterday, technically finished. I'll probably think of things that I want to add on to it, but it could technically go and be sold right now and it'd be okay. Yeah, okay, so the PlayStation playtest is still open on Steam. Definitely checking out. Pepin, are you I didn't even ask, I'm sorry. Are you a streamer? I can check in just one click. If it would load. Going to Pokemon, interesting. I don't see anything on your schedule, maybe not. But yeah, definitely cool. So cool. Yeah, it's a really cool idea, and he's making it so cool. Not being inspired me, but I've yet to finish the game. Just, you gotta finish it. You gotta finish one. By the way, didn't we meet Flannel Beard? Isn't he on your team? Flannel is also, by the way, the leader of the indie dev team. What the heck is, yeah. So that's the team that Flannelbeard is also on. Oh yeah, he's a big boss. That's where we went. Perbender came in with the Flannelbeard raid today. But yeah, super cool people in chat right now. You lost your memory. How's the end of your stream, bud? Oh, I'm so excited. I feel like. Yeah, May 15th, by the way, I fell in here. That's how I got here. I left a tab open for Flannel before you went to sleep? Wait. Was I watching you last night or this morning? Oh, it was last night. I thought it was this morning. I totally forgot. Like, oh, you just ended your stream. Who'd you read out to? Gotcha. So he was doing it all night? That's crazy. Okay, so yeah, I was looking for clues on my memory, so I came here. How long was he streaming? That's insane. I was streaming. I've been having a pretty rough couple weeks. I'm sorry to hear that. Got your mind off things, so that's good. I very much enjoyed our conversations. It's nice to have a higher level learner in chat as well to talk about more stuff, more than just the beginner stuff or the intermediate stuff. And yeah, always welcome. And by any time. そっか、もう日本時間結構遅いよね. If you gotta sleep, we'll do so for sure. By the way, I'm assuming by saying thanks for the stream, I'm assuming you might be going. I do stream Tuesday, so in Japan time, it'd be Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, 10 p.m. Okay. Just in case then. Either way, still good information. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, 10 p.m. is when I start my, Japan time, when I start my streams. And let's see, it's 5 to 9:30, so usually 4 hours, except for on Saturdays, it's like twice that, it's like 8 hours, something like that. Yeah, definitely come hang out. The more Japanese learners in here, the better. That's my theme, that's my niche. It helps me being in here. Then maybe I can help you. Maybe now it's my turn to help. Ask me anything. You'll start saying, yeah. If anything, just kind of reviewing and whatnot. I feel you though. Like even though I'm constantly teaching and I'm constantly, reading for my translating job and whatever, I've stopped for the entire time I was studying in school and whatever. I had one giant Anki deck with every word I'd ever learned, and I would review that every single day. And I've for a few years now, I've stopped doing that, even though I keep learning words recently. I don't put it in an Anki deck and study like I'm not actively studying, and I feel like I should be, especially considering him. You know what I mean? I'm at the point where I can teach, but that doesn't mean that I can't still learn. And I should be a little bit more active about it, but I'm kind of busy with the streaming, parenting, making a game, the main job, sub job, another sub job. Got a lot of stuff to do. Before I used Wanikani, but I've been at level 36 for over 5 years. Oh my. Is there a max level in that game? What the? Did my screen just mess up, or was that? Well, bikushita. Okay. I was like, is the screen messing up, or is that part of the animation? It was the animation. Give me a sec. Once again with the shoutouts. I don't know why it does this. So annoying. I need to stop using the guru thing. Used to be 50, but they added extras. Nice. Just for like the fun. I don't know if I would benefit really, except kind of review. But one kind of like I tried it once because it was just, I don't know, it was just feel good to play it and get the levels. Why don't I make the kanji game for myself to motivate me to learn the rest of the Joyo kanji? Yeah, that's a great idea. Because teaching is a great way to learn, for one. You clearly know enough to where you can be teaching people stuff. And then to continue on and maybe teach, hopefully, all the Joyo kanji, you would have to study to do that, to make that. So that'd be awesome. Like I said, I plan on making a kanji game eventually too. But in no way do I think that makes me, in any way, or my game, competition for your game. Because, like I said, with study materials, you should do multiple ones, especially if they're similar for study. That's how I always recommend. So we're supplements. They would be supplements to each other. I very much back that. And I would definitely play it on stream. We do need to take our 2-minute break. It's about that time, and then we're gonna watch this flashback. hopefully learn a little bit about our apothecary. Yeah, very productive stream, but not so much game-wise today. So, without further ado, we're going to take our 2-minute break. It's a good chance for you guys to get some water, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, all those things you need to do for self-care. You will be missing nothing as we are all taking a break. You'll miss zero content. 今から2分の休憩いただきたいと思いますが、その時間を使ってぜひ、水を飲んだり、ストレッチしたり、トイレしたりして自分のケアしてください。We're getting some better? Exactly. Yeah, the exact same idea, which, yeah, we're not even... I would just want to collab. Yeah, good point. Yeah, no, mine's not a card game at all. If you look at the game I'm making right now, it'll be somewhat similar, hopefully a lot better. Gotta go. 2分の休憩いただきます。
This is Keen Reflex. And this is a space for you guys to practice Japanese while enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a
Hey yo, welcome back, Keen Nasai. You're watching Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. Architect, nice. なんだっけ、Keen Reflex でございます。こちらは、日本語も英語も勉強できながら、勉強しながらゲームを楽しめるところでございます。また逆言っちゃった。まあいいや。Yes, that one. Well done. I like how you got the exact word. Isn't it always a great feel? Like it's, there's like, I guess the meaning, yeah, that counts, absolutely, right? Like, and then there's, I said the exact word that's in the dictionary. That's always a good feeling, right? When you're translating a word that, especially I'm like, what does this mean again? I believe it's this. And then you say the exact word that's in the dictionary. It's like, yeah. Feels good, man, right? Okay, let's go over the question in chat. It was...
This is a space for you guys to practice Japanese.
Where is it? Where is it?
Video games.
On the blank, Kim... Oh man, we got a lot of simple ones today. Kim wa koen blank ikimashita. It's similar to earlier one we did earlier. We basically just need the location particle, which could be ni or e. In this case, once again, e is not in the choices, so it is ni. Kin wa koen ni ikimashita. Kin went to the park. Whoop. Yeah, same grammar. Same grammar, different. I should have made that one e instead. Basically, I just started adding. What I was doing at first was just adding one per stream, and then what I started doing recently, although I stopped because I've been focusing so much on making my game, is once a week I would go. We ended up not doing it, but my wife and I were thinking of doing to make extra money because we're low and we have a lot of expenses right now. Maybe teach a little bit of Japanese online. I was going to show her how to do it because I've done it before and I was going to do it again. So I bought some Japanese textbooks. Anyway, we ended up stopping that. But we got the Japanese textbooks, so I was going through and maybe do like a page worth of questions on each one. But I would make all of the questions. I'd use the examples that are in the textbook, but change them to game-related stuff to make it a little bit more with the niche, with our niche. Our theme, I guess I should say. I still mix up ni and de, but something that really helped me is just guess de if you don't know. If you don't know, it's not ni. Someone told me that. Guess de if you don't know, it's not ni. I can't think of a reason to agree or disagree with that. Okay. So I assume it's good advice. Let me just say, I'll assume that that's good advice. I can tell you that the basic main difference, and you may already know, but this is for the benefit of anybody listening, is the basic difference between ni and de is de is usually used when there's an action done in a location that's not necessarily movement from one location to another, where ni is usually going to a location or like being in a location, I guess. So de is more of an actual action taking place in a location, whereas ni is usually moving to a location or existing in a location. That being said, obviously there's gray areas. I do know I can still specifically remember, and I don't even fully remember the answer, so this might not be good for your learning. Sorry, but I'm going to say it anyway. I asked a Japanese friend. Shoot, what was it? I don't even remember. I asked her either "koko ni suwatte mo ii" or "koko de suwatte mo ii," and she said they both had different nuances, and it was really, yeah. Because I remember, I was basing the way I said it off of what I just said, which I guess sitting is technically a movement from standing to sitting, so that should be ni, according to what I just explained. Now, ni suwatte mo ii. ここで座ってもいい。あれちゃん、ここで座ってもいいとここに座ってもいいのニュアンス説明できない？ Anyway, my point is, even now I'm still confused about that. Because technically, you're doing an action in a place, but also in another way, you are moving from standing to sitting, And they are both okay, but the nuance is different. That is really loud. Are you serious? Can you guys hear that? Why? Luckily we only have 20 more minutes. These guys have this guy like blow dry their garden, like, you know, they use the leaf blowers, right? He's over there like maintaining their yard like once, twice a week. Is that really necessary? Like once a month is fine, jeez. もう一回言って、ここに座ってもいいと、ここで座ってもいいはどっちもある意味で OK だよね。そのニュアンスの違い、説明できない？できる？ They blow dry the garden, yeah. They say leaf blower in Japanese? That's a good question. Can't think if I've ever, personally, not saying they don't exist, I don't think I've seen people leaf blowing, so I've never had to need that. I would ask. So. Let's look it up. I mean, that's 2 words, right? Apparently you just say burowa. And that can be a fan. Tofuki. It's a type of fan. Fan is very vague. There's lots of types of fans. But yeah, burowa apparently covers leaf blower. That's the only thing that popped up in the dictionary, so I'm assuming there's not. Japanese don't use leaf. Exactly. Well, I don't know. I just don't think I've seen them, or had to talk about it in the 10 years I was there. Now I'm thinking I might. Yeah, I don't think they don't exist. Yeah, see, Perbina says they've seen them. Much like I don't. Also, Skyro just says a lot of ridiculous things. Don't take everything he says with a grain of salt. He's a funny guy. Much like I don't use transitive verbs. You know that in this case, transitive verbs was the object of use. The transitive verb you just used in that sentence. By the way, for those guys who don't know, Sky the Dragon, super cool dude who's a pro wrestler on the side of his other cool job, meeting the president and whatnot. But he's actually doing a wrestling event here in Vegas right now. Right now, this week. I'm actually gonna go see him later tonight. Maybe they use leaf suckers. Yeah, I feel like I've seen him like in existence in Japan, but not like right in front of me to where I had to talk about it. Oh yeah, there's a word. It's burowa. It does. I'm pretty sure they're just blowing it into my freaking yard and also making noise. I'm really frustrated about that guy. Always blowing stuff in other places. ちょっと違うかも。いや、絶対違うと思うんだよね、ニュアンスが。ここにはスポットって感じがする。OK? この席っていうか、この席は空いてるって感じかなには。Anytime I was here, she'd be out there throwing chanclas? What's a chancla? ここではもっと広い範囲の場所って感じがする。Are you saying that makes sense with what my wife is saying? Yeah. Yeah, it kind of sounds like, am I allowed to sit here? Like in this whole area, are we allowed to sit? Is that against the rules? Whereas kokuni, and that's going along with what she says, it's more broad. Whereas kokuni is like, can I in this spot? Because de is doing an action, right? And you're just like, is sitting allowed? ここで座ってもいいわ、なんかルール的に大丈夫なのみたいな雰囲気かな。で、ここにはこのスポットに入っても大丈夫だよね。迷惑じゃないよねみたいな感じじゃない？説明を聞いて思ったけど。ここで待ってるって言えるんやけど、ここに座っ 手待ってる。って言える。確かに。Yeah. It's tough. ありがとう。I'm gonna head out on a run. I suspect I'll be off before I turn. Yeah. If we ever get anywhere. Ouch, ouch. Thank you so much, guys. Not guys, Maxime. I was gonna say thank you so much, Maxime, for hanging out today. And everybody, guys, let's say matane, or actually, let's say itterashai to Maxime, because they're going out for probably like a 2-mile run. Sekai shitsurei shimasu. Great Japanese. Great. Where's your wife from? Kansai. Hyogo-ken. D for twerking at Walmart, Ni for going to Walmart. Correct, Skyro. That is correct. Can I sit here as in this area? Versus can I sit in this spot? Yeah. Oh no, もうダメだ。他のやつを。I'm already... I'm done for. Go help somebody else.
どうすれば
関西弁やで。ね。How am I supposed to do this by myself? Oh, need to learn a little bit about our past? This is terrible. It's even worse than the rumors say.
無駄足ではなかったな。
Looks like we didn't waste our time coming over here.
可能の進みが早い。
Yakido Kansai Ben. Oh, did she say Yakido a second ago? Yes, it is Kansai. Basically, da. Da becomes ya. Not every single character da, but like the this no da. So yeah. Dayo becomes yade. Yakido becomes yakido. And she goes in and out, by the way, because she actually moved to the Tokyo area. Well, technically, I don't know if I should say, because that's where she's still living, or her parents still live, but let's just say the Tokyo area. Yeah, when she was what? She was here, I think, throughout elementary school up until college, then went back to Kansai, and then came back. She's been back and forth. So she can speak both pretty well, but she naturally leans towards Kansai. But since I learned the regular Hyojungo, she'll often speak to me, for the most part, in Hyojungo. But then we'll slip in and out when she gets passionate for any reason. If that makes sense. Okay. The sickness is moving really fast. It's probably because of the bad weather in the desert.
団長の読み通りだったな。準備万端だぜ。
It's just as our leader expected. It's a good thing we're really prepared.
あなたたちは
I want to live in Kansai. I want to know how the culture is different. Yeah, I feel like it's closer to like Western culture or like Korean comparatively, where they're a lot more direct and whatnot, and like speaking to people they don't know. Whereas Tokyo, are you in the Tokyo area, Per-san, if you don't mind saying? More reserved. Like there's still nice people and whatever, but like they're probably not going out of the way. Like if you're in the elevator with somebody else, you probably won't talk to them, kind of thing. Yeah. Whereas Kansai, it's more likely they'll just like, especially like older women, tend to talk to you just on the street. From my experience, I have only been to Kansai, 3-4 times? My wife would know better, but... And from talking to my wife about it, but... 私だけモンスターボール無駄にした？残念。残念。あなたたちは？ Who are you guys?
エール薬師団よ。救護を手伝わせてちょうだい。
We are apothecaries from the Ale Apothecary group or whatever. We're gonna help.
エール薬師団。
Well, Ale Apothecary group, huh?
団長。
Oh, I'm the Dancho? Oh, interesting, okay. Leader.
後の処置は頼んだよ。キャスティ団長。
Casti Danchoda! Very chatty and polite in Texas. Oh, you're from Texas. Nice. Felony is from Texas, by the way. Like, moving to Tokyo is maybe what it would be like living in New York City. Yeah, that's how I feel. I agree. Where, like, there's so many people that you end up actually ignoring other people. Yeah. Like, I think Tokyo people are polite for the most part, but not friendly. You know, like, as in, like, you know. But yeah, that's funny, because I've said the same thing. I've never lived in New York, but Tokyo is, I feel like what I assume living in New York would be like. Okay. We leave the rest of the plans up to you. Leader Casti. Like in a crowded train station, right? People bump into you. Yeah, that's not really kind. You're right. And that's more not necessarily because they're mean, but because they can't be bothered because they're bumping into so many people, right? I mean, because I, in the end, was like that too. I'm bumping into so many people, like I don't want to be like saying sorry, but now that I'm back here where there's less people, if I were to bump into somebody, I'm sounding like, oh, so sorry. Right? Skydo said, I've been to Texas, New York, and Tokyo. I definitely didn't find people very chatty in Tokyo. Much like New York. They're not rude, but they're laser focused on where they're going. Exactly. Yeah. That's how I feel New York is, and that's how Tokyo definitely feels. If people bump into me, I say, F you! Don't take offense. But yeah. Absolutely. Dancho? Wait, Dancho, so she's the leader of the entire group then. だよね。薬師団の団長ってことは、団長、薬師団の一番偉いやつだよな。そういう意味になるよな。I'm 90% sure that, yeah, if there's a something dan, and then she's a dancho, she's literally the top of the entire organization. And from what I've heard, it's not the greatest organization. だよね、ボス。Which is weird because what we do know is that she, in the beginning, she kind of like separated herself from these people because for one reason or another, they're not doing things in the most ideal way. Anyway, 東京はエレベーターがゆっくり閉まる。そうなん関西よりゆっくり閉まんの気づかなかった I stand on the opposite side of the escalator, by the way. And did you know that? I've almost forgotten because it's been a year. We stand on the left side, right? We stand on the left side in Tokyo, and people who want to walk go on the right side. Whereas Kansai, it's the reverse. You stand on the right side, and people walk on the left. Every once in a while, my wife would stand on the wrong side. It was kind of funny. Fix my hair and go find an organization and get breakfast from. Okay. When is the event tonight, Skydo-san? I forget. I mean, I have it, but just in this moment, I'm curious. 日本のエレベータードアはアメリカよりほど人を、叩く日本のエレベーターのドアはアメリカよりほどドアがぶつけてしまうってことYou visited Osaka recently, I noticed that. 私が見てきた関西のエレベーターはガガガガって言うけど、東京のはスッと遅い。スーって遅い。なるほど。人にぶつける。Maybe she understood. I'm not a native speaker. I think maybe if you would have used 人にぶつける, then it would have 伝わった。But, わかった。I believe it starts at 7, which means doors will probably open at 6. Okay. I was the leader.
あれは4年前。この争いが始まった頃。
That was 4 years ago when this when this war started.
あなたがエール薬師団
And sorry about that.
援助に来てくれたね。
Not good feels for... Anyway. She probably understood. Right off. And I did after a second. 完全にただ、行き先のボタンを押す前に閉まるボタンを押してな。やめろ。半分嘘。いやでもなんかよくあるよね、そういうネタ。人が来てる時に、開けるボタンを押すふりをしながら、本当は閉めるボタンを押してる。Like there are, I at least see it on TV. I don't know if anybody's really done this, but like somebody's coming for the elevator and you pretend like you're trying to hold the open button, but you push the close button because you don't want to wait for them. 日本のエレベーターで押したボタンをまた押すとキャンセルできるの大好きね。Like you push it again, or depending on the elevator, sometimes you have to double tap it, or sometimes you hold it. Yeah, for those of you guys who don't know, in Japan, you can usually cancel a pushed button on the elevator. It depends on the programming of the elevator, but it's sometimes a double tap, sometimes you hold it. So if you accidentally push the wrong button, you can cancel it. I've never seen that in America. I don't know about other countries. I'll love you for them to let me sing the Chinese national anthem at the start of the show. What? 閉まるのを押してで押さないで躊躇なくありがとう。I feel like the buttons don't work at all in the US. I mean like the close and open. I don't feel like it's ever actually responded to me push. I feel like they're fake buttons. Have any of you in the US or maybe Canada or, you know, wherever people like thousands are from? Just kidding. Ever been in an elevator where like you push the close button and the doors actually close, or you push, I guess the open button probably works. Okay, maybe the open button works, but the close one doesn't. They're placebo, right? Maybe the open one works, but the closed one definitely doesn't. You push it and I guess before I went to Japan, I would just assumed it was a big delay. But it ends up being the same time it was going to close anyway, so it's not really a delay, it's just placebo. Close buttons in Japan feel like jokes. They definitely... Do you mean the other way around? In Japan, you push close and it instantly starts to close. So yeah, you helped us as the leader of the... We can't believe.
エール薬師団はカナルブラインでは疎まれていた。
Maybe I misread the kanji? No, yeah, in Japan, like, so there's like certain manners, right? So like, if you're standing next to the buttons in a crowded elevator, it's like your job to be holding open when people come in, and the second it's done, you push close because you're wasting everybody's time with the doors still open when nobody's coming in. Right, everybody, like if you don't, somebody might kind of reach around and push it, or, you know, and also you don't have to do this, but a lot of people will do this out of polite manners. When you are the one, say you're the only person getting off at that floor and there's still people on the elevator, as you're walking out, you'll push the close button behind you. Like as your arm, sometimes it doesn't even really work because well, I guess, yeah, it's not a sensor, it's a sensor if it hits you. So yeah, you'll push it as you're walking out, right? So that's very much in the US. I've never seen anybody trying to hurry up and close the door. It's just sit there and wait. Noah's elevator won't let you close it in the morning since many people are coming in. Yeah, there are some places. Yeah, it's like for safety. It tells you please wait while the doors remain open. Yeah, controlled by the elevator. Let's just stand in all four corners and then the middle for maximum people separation. I've never... I guess naturally, yeah, people do that. Do we not do that? I never actually put it in words before. But yeah. I guess I and people around me would kind of hit the corners. Is that not in the US? Yeah, it is weird. I don't think I noticed the reason, like the rule, but I have noticed since coming back, like people are just in the way in elevators. It just feels like chaos. Okay, I need to, guys, I need to actually read. Okay, so, カナルブラインではなんだっけ、ありちゃんこれ読んで。聞いてなかった。So this ale apothecary group, they もう来るなって言うしかないな。これから躊躇なく閉まるボタンを押してで、ね、また言ってる。回転率が大事。どんなどんどん人を運ばないと、確かに。朝のオフィスのエレベーターはね、確かに。All the time in America because I am antisocial and I want the car all to myself. まあいいや。これ。
でもこの街ではまるで違う。どういうこと？
Okay, so they're ありがとう。生まれる。助かる。ありがとう。Come on. Right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. So the previous place we were in, this particular group that she apparently was the leader of was completely like ostracized. They were like, get away from us, don't come and help us. But this place is the exact opposite. So what's going on? Are we liked? Are we not? Which one is it? Honda's rough. Yeah, it's also kind of rough. It's fancy. I wish I could say that's the reason I couldn't remember that last kanji, but no, I just forgot it, even though it is a common use. Only used for Star Wars subs? Oh, that's funny. I haven't seen them. Oh no, there's an injured person at the front lines. I'll go. Show me the way. Wait, it's dangerous. Didn't you come here to recall your memories?
ええ、そうね。でも苦しむ人を助けるのが先決よ。
Yes, but it's the people who it's more important. What would we say? People who are struggling take precedence.
キャスティさん。
キャスティ、今日はプロレスのイベントですよね。そうらしいね。Okay, leave this place to me. It is about 9 o'clock, which says, wow, we got more of these? We're not going to continue if these keep popping up. Okay. Memorize, though. This time we got our merchant and our apothecary talking. Paratitio says, Na Casti, Chito. By the way, this guy's voiced by the same guy who does Zoro in One Piece. And who was telling me, was it Skyro? You knew what else he voices, right? Yeah. It's No, I don't even know who that is, but no, I'm talking about the Japanese voice. So, Seikai. Are you gonna get a chair in the back of the head? Yeah, he's kind of got a country bumpkin accent in a way, for one. That being said, Chito, I've seen it usually as Chito instead of Chito. I've seen it, but both are. It's technically a different word than Choto, but it does mean the same thing. I don't know if they're derived from the same thing. If you look up Chito, it does pop up in the dictionary and doesn't mention Choto, but the definition is the same thing. Yeah. Anyway. Chobito. Hey baby, thank you for the lurk, appreciate it. And then my English voice actor friend that voices Whitebeard on One Piece. Oh, nice. No, sorry. I thought you remembered the person who does Zoro's voice in Japanese. Ah, Chobito. I thought you were talking about like little people. Chobito. Chibi. 日本語勉強してくれてありがとう。そう、結構うまいよ、この人。N2 持ってる人で、最近は勉強やめたらしいけど、3年ぐらい前にやめたらしいけど、日本に住んで8年ぐらい。彼女も日本人。間違そうが。Okay. I don't remember names either anyway. ちょっと疲れてねえか？Let me translate that. なあ、キャスティ。ちょっと疲れてないかお気遣いありがとう、パレテティオ。体の方は大丈夫だけど、記憶の方は無理はすんなよな。記憶なくすなんて、その辛さ、俺には想像もできねえ。私にもまだわからないことだらけなの。あるはずのものの影だけが見えているっていうか、普通存在しないものって特に気にならないでしょ。ああ、存在しないならそもそも気にしようがないな。気にしようがねえってわかるけど、初めて聞いたかも。気にしない。やっぱしょうがないは、しようがするから来るんだな。気にする。でも記憶喪失の場合、ないことがものすごく気になってしまうの。まるで自分の体に大きな穴が開いてるみたいな喪失感よ。It's hard for me to say certain things that are very feminine or even just not always feminine. Both of these people don't speak like I do, so it's very easy to like she says 喪失感よ but I want to say 喪失感だよ. That's how I would say it. 頑張ってる人を見てると応援したくなりますでしょ？俺も同じ気持ち。I feel the same way as my wife. That's why I'm excited to see you here. なかなか想像できねえ。待てよ。そういう俺も、昨晩の記憶がねえんだ。飲んでるからでしょう。He's talking about how he can't imagine how it must feel to have like a gap in your memory and just have that like feeling of loss. Because he goes, wait a minute. I have no recollection of last night. He's gonna say he was drinking. We know it. あら、それなら私がよく覚えてるわ。It's funny, I remember very well. パルテティアはお酒を飲んだ後、私にあんなことしたじゃない。あんなこと。Remember you did that thing to me after you were drinking a lot. And she intentionally leaves it ambiguous. 覚えてねえぞ。それだけじゃ飽き足らず、あんなことまで。And then that wasn't enough, so you even did that thing and even that thing. Which is weird to say in English, but it's normal to be that ambiguous in Japanese. おいおい、俺は何をしたんだっていう感じよ。記憶をなくす感覚って。Oh, okay, she was joking. That's what it feels like to lose your memory. Gotcha. Anyway, you know what? どうしよう. Should we go? Okay, we'll take our break and go a little longer. We'll extend it a little bit. We're having fun. You do need to pee though. How does this?
This is Keen Reflex.
Is it like sliding?
And this is
I don't notice it moving, but then yay, extension, yeah. Technically we were supposed to be going till 9, which was 9 minutes ago. But we're having such a fun time and my wife is even still awake. So we're gonna go ahead and take a break and continue instead of reading out. And what? And we'll be back soon. Yeah. When I listen to you say what I understand, when I try to read it, it's difficult, especially that guy. Yeah, the main, well, my main character. You choose your main character, but this guy in front. Yeah, he kind of has a country bumpkin accent. He uses a lot of, instead of nai, he says ne, which is kind of just a more rough way to say things. Even regular, I guess, guys can say that. I don't particularly talk like that, but I could technically, even in...
This is Keen Reflex.
You don't have to be a country bumpkin to say that. But yeah. Anyway, we're gonna take a break. 2分の休憩いただきます。どこにも行かないでくださいね。Gonna go do stuff. Talk to you later tonight if you're coming. Yeah, I mean if I get to see you, I know you're gonna be busy in your thing. But yeah, thank you, Skyro. Everybody say mata ne, Skyro, and see you guys soon after the break. 2分の休憩いただきます。
This is Keen Reflex. And this is a space for you guys to practice Japanese while enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese and then I tell you what they mean. If I find a word I like, I tell you the meaning and then I post a lesson on YouTube and then we find some words again. So sit back and just vibe, hit that follow, hit subscribe, stick around if you please. And maybe learn some Japanese.
Yo, welcome back to Kainasai. You're watching Keen Reflex. This is a space where you guys practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. 皆さん、Kainasai Keen Reflex でございます。こちらはゲームを楽しみながら日本語も英語も勉強できるところでございます。Okay, let's go over the question in chat, which was fill in the blank to say there is a stream on Tuesday in Japanese. There is a stream on Tuesday. True. 火曜日 blank 配信があります。Why are all of the answers to today's questions neat? In two ways, it's neat because it's number 2 and it's neat. That's the third, yeah. Is it finally different grammar, technically? Technically different grammar, same answer. I swear there's like at least 100 in there. And I'm always adding, but yeah. Anything else? 不眠症やめて早く寝てっていうかまだ寝ないで。Influenced by a certain group of certain nights? Could use wa here. What was the question again? 火曜日は配信があります。確かに。Oh, but there's no wa because I probably figured that you could use it. Yes. The nuance would be different, but it is... they will both still be also translated to There Is a Stream on Tuesday, yes. I mean, nuancically, even though we don't say this directly, I wouldn't recommend translating this for a professional translation. But usually when you see wa, to get the nuance, you should directly translate it into English as for, right? Because that's basically the difference in nuance between 火曜日に配信があります and 火曜日は配信があります because it's like the difference between, and once think of the nuance, not the direct translation, but there's a stream on Tuesday, and as for Tuesday, there's a stream. When I say as for Tuesday, like, what's the focus? Tuesday, right? We're focusing on Tuesday, whereas the first one, に配信があります, it's just saying flat out there's a stream on Tuesday. If anything, the focus is more on when is there a stream, but it's almost not even a focus, if that makes sense. And by Switch 2 day one, so my wife, unfortunately, well, fortunately and unfortunately, we want her here as soon as possible. She wants to be here as soon as possible. But on this topic, unfortunately, we'll be coming back to the US, what, a month or two? When does the Switch 2 come out? Like a month or two before it comes out. And we need, yeah, I guess the situation in the US is insane. I was really hoping to get the Japanese only one because we play games in Japanese anyway. And it's cheaper, far cheaper. To the point where it's affordable. I can see myself paying, what was it? Essentially $300 for me, because it's like 5万円, I think. For the Japanese version. And even though my Switch is Japanese and I've had the, I think I meet all the requirements, I still feel like not living in Japan is probably going to somehow not, you know, I don't think I can have it. I think I'd have to be there to pick it up. Anyway, that DK though, the game looked really cool. He looks funny. What did they do? He looks funny. Was that DK? 魅力的な広告が流れてる. But also, I do feel like they made Switch 2 sound so amazing that I initially wanted it, but I feel like I should wait a little bit and watch people's actual reaction to it, because that might be crap. Bye-bye is you as one. Oh, certain games come out, I don't know, the first. Oh, really? Oh, like that there might be some Western games that will come out on the international version first? That's interesting. Yeah, I guess that's a reason to wait for the... Yeah. And there might be some games that for whatever reason we might want in English. Like ones that are translated to English first and then into Japanese. We still have one, I think our next stream actually is Chained Echoes. This is our final Chained Echoes stream on Friday. Because we're at the last boss. I'm sitting outside the door and did almost all the side quests I will have done by Friday. That's one game we played in English. Well, and okay, there's other reasons, but that one's 100% English. There's 0 Japanese in that game for us because it was originally written in German and translated in English and then translated from English to Japanese. And so the Japanese is just, I can tell that a native Japanese person wrote it, but it's been influenced by so many other translations that it's just so unnatural. Being a native speaker doesn't mean that you can translate naturally, right? It's a skill in itself. So the person is definitely a native Japanese speaker, but they do a lot of direct translations. And maybe from reading the English versions, there's sometimes direct translation. I can tell like it's not normal way to say things in English. So it's a little bit too direct translation. Need to play Blueprints. I have not heard of this. What kind of game is it? I hadn't heard of the other one you said either. We mainly play RPGs. Are these RPGs? Baba is you. You don't know, okay. I only ask if they don't have to be RPGs for you to talk about, but they'll be in my realm, in my world more if they are, is all I'm saying. Or like story related games. How about you as a puzzle game? I like puzzle games. I need to translate. He said, ha 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 ha.
怪我人はどこ
Where's the injured person?
そんなもんいねえよ。こっち側にはね。
Huh? There's nobody, there's no injured people on our side anyway.
どういうこと怪我人が出たと聞いたけど
What are you talking about? I heard that somebody was injured.
ああ、それは敵国の奴らさ。
Yeah, from the enemy country.
今日こそとっちめてやろうと思ってここで待ち構えてたんだが、その先の砂地ででっけえ流砂が起きたらしくてな。
Eh. So we're planning on beating him up, and we're waiting here for them to come here. But then a big sandstorm took him out.
奴ら丸ごと飲まれちまったってわけだ。ま、天罰ってやつだね。
Yeah, and they got sucked up in it. It's a punishment from heaven. Divine punishment.
戦わずして勝利だ。
So, wow. What a terrible person. So we've won victory without even fighting.
おっと、お出かけか。
Oh, where are you going?
ええ救助に向かいます
I'm going to go help as an apothecary, of course. Kyujo, yeah. But both technically mean to save or to help. Both of those kanji. The kyujo is Taskiru can often mean help. It's more, I feel like more often means help. Like in English, Taskiru and does it even have kunyame? I think that's also Taskiru, the first one. Maybe, check it, I could be wrong. But anyway, when translated to English, most of the time it's more of the help version of Taskiru. But Kyujo is definitely more of the save when you have both of them. So QQ and the Q, so that's more of the save. Aid, rescue, yeah, Kyujo. Yeah, it's tough with the little nuances of like, because when translating, in English we use help and save as like different things. I guess they kind of overlap as well. Oh yeah, Taskeder is definitely one of those things. It plans on helping the enemy, huh? Like I'm gonna let her do that. And now we're the enemy. I kind of had a feeling he was gonna be the enemy. Oh, none of these people can be... So these people are all going to be... Oop. I didn't realize we were in a fighting place.
行くわよ
Oh yeah, I should be fighting at night, I forgot. Sorone has a passive skill for night. It gives us what?
行くよ
It looks like speed, magic. I don't remember what that fist means. Probably physical power, up. Nice.
暗いな
Oh, I misread that. I thought it was a knife. Sword then. The most accurate translation is not natural and entirely. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I always try when I'm translating for learning purposes. I try and make sure to let people know this is a direct translation. If you're looking into translation like a localization, proper, you know, make sure it sounds natural kind of stuff. Don't translate it this way. But for your understanding, this is what it means, right? Because they are two different things. Translating for understanding and translating for... well, not just for understanding, but yeah, it's hard to explain. What I would usually translate, by the way, not necessarily direct translation, but translating for understanding in a way, is I worked in a lot of HR places. The last main, up until when I moved to the US, the last place I worked at was the Tokyo Stock Exchange. So translating rules that are changing, because technically in the HR department, talking about, I don't know, new companies that are on the market. All of the stuff needs to be well understood and not disambiguous. Is that a word? Disambiguous? Clear. Which is completely different than localization. It's okay to be less clear as long as it's poetic and still is a good story and the meaning of the story comes across. Unambiguous is the word. Something fan subbers can learn, right? Yeah. Fan subbers, well, they're just that. They're fan subbers. They have no idea about the actual profession. And a lot of them, honestly, don't even fully understand the Japanese they're translating. Yeah, they're both challenging in their own rights, in different ways. Personally, my brain doesn't like ambiguity. Because I'm also, another one of my skills is proofreading. In English, of course. I guess I technically could in Japanese, but you can't translate nakama. I just said nakama. Yeah, you can. You can translate anything. Not directly. And I know that's why he put it in quotes. That's not Tao's just saying it. I gotcha. I lost my train of thought before I read that. Nope. What was I saying? People who do fan translation, yeah, don't know Japanese exactly. They probably put it into Google and like, probably means something like this. Now, when you see professional translations, I did this too when I was learning Japanese. You may see a lot of things like, wait, that's not what they said. Actually, sometimes that is the most professional translation. It might not be exactly what they said because we wouldn't say it that way in English. It would be weird to say it that way. And in the localization, when it's a story, what's important is what would a person with the same attitude, the same, to get the story to go the way it's supposed to go, how would they say that naturally in English? And sometimes it's completely different. Especially if it's a play on words, then it just needs to be a different joke. It just needs to be a different joke entirely. So that's another thing. So sometimes it's tough as a reader to realize, do they not understand Japanese? Or are they so good that they know it's not supposed to be exactly the same in a localization? What am I doing? To an extent. But that's the whole art of translation, which is kind of fun. And I think that is something that a lot of people misunderstand, is that they think that being a translator is just the skill of understanding the Japanese. That is absolutely not true. I mean, that's a minimal requirement. The actual skill of translation is a whole different skill in itself, just like, HR or whatever, or programming or whatever. I mean, it's like saying to be a good programmer, all you need to do is learn a programming language. That's not true, right? Programming in itself, the project management, as you said, there's so many things that go into being a programmer. Knowing the language is just a prerequisite. Do you watch a Disney Ghibli movie? You see what pro translation? Yeah. Absolutely. Tells us I actually don't I should more for my translation learning purposes, I guess. Watch too much translated anime. Do fan subbers usually leave the word nakama as is? I did see one manga series, I forget which one, and I think it was technically professionally translated, but they did say there was a preface in the beginning where it said, we like to keep the nuance of certain what's the word? the san, kun, chan kind of thing in the manga. And so here's the meaning and the nuance of those things, and you'll see those pop up. I thought that was actually one professional way to do it. To assume that everybody who's watching and listening knows han, kun, chan, and I forget the other common things that are just not translated. That's lazy and it's bad translation. Doing it this way at least is doing the proper work of educating the person what these nuances mean, and then keeping it, that does kind of help the person understand the original nuance better. And I thought that way was still a professional way to do it, if that makes sense. I still think that it should be localized, ideally, should be localized as in, you know, just to have them speak how they would when they're respecting someone, if it was san. But anyway, that's a meme. Nakama can't be translated. Posted it in memes. Oh, thank you for joining the Discord. But yeah, if you're gonna leave it in, that was one way to do it, I thought. But I think that was technically a professional translation. Whatever it was a big manga. This is appropriate to show, yeah.
Screw you, Sasuke! I'm sick of your attitude. You are my friend. And nothing will change that, you idiot! Fuck you, Sasuke! Ore am fucking sick of your fucking attitude! You are my nakama! And nothing will fucking change that, you fucking bitch!
Okay. A little more cursing than I usually allow on my stream, but yeah, that was funny. Ore equals I. Nakama is that... Oh, did you? I mean that... No, that's okay, that's okay. Yeah, I asked the question and didn't wait for the answer. That's my bad. No, I generally, just for communication purposes, I guess, for your knowledge, I generally keep this stream relatively family friendly. That being said, you shouldn't really be on Twitch, I think, if you're under 18 anyway. Is that the rule? And because we can't be, anything can happen here, we can't really stop it, and that'd be generally family friendly. That doesn't mean zero cursing. That means just keep it at a, you know, like, what is the rule with PG-13? You can cuss like what? You can say the F word like 3 times per episode or something like that, right? Yeah, the main reason is, yeah, I have kids, and so I personally am avoiding saying those. So if you're writing it, I have to, when I might see you write the F word, and I'll read it as freaking because my kids can hear me behind me. Is it 1 F word for a movie? That being said, we're not like super hard policing. I'm just letting you know that the what's the word? Atmosphere of the stream. But not like hardcore Christian kind of vibes either, if that makes sense. Somewhat family friendly. But yeah, anyway, back to the whole point of you posting that though. That is really funny. There's no way you could possibly read those editor's notes in that thing. No, and that wasn't I didn't even want a my bad from you for that particular thing. It just reminded me to let you know of that, because I can tell that hopefully you'll be back. So that's not even does that make sense? not even slapping you on the wrist, if that makes sense. Still here, just lurking. I appreciate it, Christina. A family-friendly tag you might want to add. Yeah, we could. That's a good point. It's not super strict, though, is what I want to say. And I'm not even saying, hey, how dare you. It was more, it just reminded me to tell you what atmosphere we got here, is all. I think there was not enough. Was there rooms? Was there rooms? You can only do 10 tags. Yeah, I do play M-rated games too. Like I said, it's a light, it's more of a light. The main reason is what I just explained. If you say cuss words, that's probably fine in most cases, but I'm gonna read it out in a family-friendly way because my kids can hear me. That's the main reason, really. I'm not super against it, except for when it's just overly used, necessarily vulgar, not vulgar language, but like cuss words and whatnot, but yeah. That's 1:30 a.m. So yeah, what are you still doing awake, Christina? By the way, if you guys didn't know, Christina is also a really cool streamer in Kyoto, Japan. She's been in Japan, I forgot how much, it was like longer than I was alive. 30 plus years, right, Christina? So she can tell you a lot about the Japanese culture, especially in Kyoto, if you're ever interested. The teacher's gonna give you a call, exactly. My kid already knows. He watches a little bit too much YouTube, and sometimes they have very like clearly aimed at kids stuff, but then they don't watch their language, so it's a little bit frustrating. Because I want him to kind of watch freely, but at the same time, he's good though. He'll hear the F word, like, oh, and he'll skip it. Because he's heard me tell him to skip it so many times. Not like I want to completely baby it from them, but I don't want them to be using it at this age, yeah. It's a long nap because of my allergies, so I'm kind of, oh, that sucks. 35 years, that's insane. Not quite as long as I've been alive, but yeah, close. Anyway, hopefully you understood the nuance, the atmosphere from that. In between family friendly and. But that's mainly my job, by the way, too. Honestly, unless you're being a complete jerk with your vulgarity, I'm probably not even gonna say anything. I'll just, when I read it out loud, I'll correct it. Nice show. Anyway, that's been over-talked. Let's continue. Of course.
誰かいますか？いたら返事を。
Is anybody there? Please respond if you're there. I couldn't see the go at first. I thought that was just saying let's. I heard a voice.
見つけたぞ。おいお前。
I found you. I found you, omae. Omae means you.
静かに。
Shh, be quiet. He's over there.
Oi!
Hey! Help, I can't move.
じっとして。今行くわ。
That's so funny if we directly translated both of those things. I can't move. Don't move. I'm going over there. I mean, I would more naturally translate it. Stay where you are. Stay as you are. Use a different word, because it's funny, in Japanese often, it's perfectly normal to keep using the same verb or the same word or the same action. This isn't one of those cases, but this is actually two different words that mean the same thing. But in English, it feels funny to us a lot of times to use the same word too many times. Like, don't move, I won't move. It's a weird thing to say in English, right? But it wouldn't be in Japanese. 動かないで、わかった、動かない. That'd be perfectly normal. Which can be a challenge in translation sometimes, both when they keep saying the same word in Japanese, or when they have two words that mean the same thing. Like the other day we were playing a game and it said, what was it? Oh, I can imagine in my mind, but what were the words? No, I forgot. 2 words that literally in the English would cover both nuances. Like there's one word that has half of the nuance of our word in English. I can't remember the example, sorry. But this word A in English covers both B and C in Japanese, if that makes sense. The one word covers both nuances. So, but in Japanese, because they don't have one word that covers both nuances, they say B as well as C, right? And so I'm like, in English, I'm like A. Oh, A again. Whereas live translation, that's how I translated it. But if I was translating it as an actual thing, like maybe if it was subtitles, I might say half of A when they say B and the other half of A when they say C. So nobody thinks, oh, why did he only translate one of the two? Because honestly, the way to translate it is to leave one out. Yatsuga? Hurry, before he comes again, before it comes again. Yatsu sounds like it's a living thing, though. I don't think we're talking about the sandstorm anymore, are we?
動かないで。
Don't move.
みんなひどく何かに怯えてる。何かに襲われた。
Everybody looks like they're afraid of something. Were they attacked by something? Do we know obiator? Obiator is another word to be afraid of. And I think it's where bibiru comes from, to be honest. But I don't have the actual data to tell you that that's true. Obiator. Obiator, oops, is to be afraid of something. This is usually used when it's afraid of something specifically. Not like, instead of just I'm scared. Like, they're afraid of, in this case, something, we don't know what it is, but whatever attacked them. Okay, there is, his body temp is going down. I gotta warm him up.
そこのあなた。
You over there.
火を起こせるもの。それから水を持ってきて。
That's so funny. He came to stop her. Bring something to make a fire and bring some water too.
バカ言ってんじゃねえ。
怖がる途中が意味的には It's funny. I kind of anticipated that question but hadn't thought of the proper answer. Straight up meaning, they're the same. 怖がる、何かを怖がる. Is it intransitive? 怖がっている? I think it is. Yes. ちょっと待って. Let's look it up. I don't want to give you the wrong answer. Obiator. No, obiator is also intransitive, but usually you say ni, which is funny because that means it's technically not. I guess if you're using ni, it's not technically an object. Okay. Because they just said it. Nanika ni obiateru. Nanika ni kuwagatteru. Why does that sound funny? Anyway, so the if you look up in dictionary, obiator, it says to become frightened, to be frightened of, to be scared of. They are emphasizing the of, like I was. See what kuwagaru pops up in the dictionary as. And then I want to do one more test after this, which is... No, this is also to be frightened of, to fear, to be frightened. They're kind of saying the same thing. Okay. I'm not, because I don't, when I do a Google search, I don't know what'll pop up, so I'm not going to show you, but I'm going to type in, with the quotes, ni kuwagaru, and see how many hits I get. Because I don't feel like I hear ni kuwagaru often. 非常に怖がる. Nope, not, that's the wrong ni. 病的に怖がる. Okay, so I'm not... Okay, we should, I have a feeling my wife is asleep by now. We should ask a native speaker to double check. But from my experience, I'm gonna say that I'm... まだ起きてる。マジか。Well, okay, let me verify with my wife before I say it out loud. 私を怖がった。じゃあ今、怯えると怖がるの違いについて話してるけど、何々に怯えるって言うけど、何々に怖がるってあまり聞かないって俺言ってるけど、違う？何々に怖がる？でも、ピアさんは、私を怖がったっていう例文があったっていうから、なんか、怖がるって基本的に何が怖いのか指摘してない気がする。よく。でも、怯えるはよく、何々に怯えるのが定番だと気がするけど、どう思う？ I don't understand or read Romanized Japanese names. Japanese names? For your, Jimaku? Your subtitles? I definitely agree with Hepburn. I'm just thinking, I have a feeling you're referring to when they extend vowels. Yeah, I always use, I think anything about Hepburn is funny, to be honest. It's weird and it doesn't, yeah. So, well, yes. Yes, pair on the, you gotta use OO or OU. However, I feel like names themselves, for whatever reason, just don't extend. For example, if there's Yohei, it would usually be just like this. And I don't know the reason why, but I have noticed that pattern, and so I guess for English understanding, and well, I can guess the reason why, because if you Yohei is actually OU, but let's just assume it was an OO. Just assume it would be like this, and that, as we all know in English, means it's pronounced Yuhei. Taro. Yeah. Cool. I think it's Kotaro, by the way. Kotaro, so that would both be like this, right? You leave out both extending. And I think the reason is because when multiple vowels in English often makes it long vowels in English, and that's confusing for people who don't study Japanese. If you're doing it for people who do study Japanese, I would do it how Paris said, where you do the OO, OU, EE, EI, depending on what it is, right? I had two kids in my class before, and their names only differed by long vowels in order to make their name tags. Oh, maybe I just didn't know about the other name. Yeah. I'd use a line over the O. Yeah, for that makes sense, because any English-speaking people where you are in Japan, they probably know enough about Japan to know that, you know. I think for names, the line over would be best for understanding. But if you're typing and you don't have that option, then yeah, for names anyway, I would do Hepburn, leave out the extending, I guess. 突然やってきたスパイダーマンを怖がった。私は突然やってきたスパイダーマンに怯えた。ってことは、そのものに怖いと感じているけど、怯えるはその状況にピクピクしてるな。 Okay. で何かにじゃあ今の状況は、まあじゃあスパイダーマン、なんでスパイダーマンかわかんないけど、スパイダーマンに襲われて、もうスパイダーマンが怖いと思った。怖がった。スパイダーマンを怖がった。スパイダーマンに怯えてるってことは、スパイダーマンがまた来ることが怖くてピクピクしてるって感じ？また来るかもしれないということが怖いのが怯える。で、認識は合ってるでしょうか？ Typing isn't a problem. I just type it like example Kyoko and I have a macro to replace the names with the mark. Oh, okay. Then yeah, I would recommend, if you can do that, Telzus, I would definitely recommend, personally, Hepburn style, when you extend, use the line. Not the OU or OO, because that confuses English speakers who don't know Japanese, anything about Japanese. I'm waiting for her to answer. Inu o kuwagaru. And by the way, if you hadn't noticed by now, the pattern, we're going to use ni obieru, but we're going to use o kuwagaru. Ni kuwagaru wa iwanai yo ne. O obieru wa iwanai kamoshirenai. And for one of those things, I can kind of think of the reason, but I don't want to explain it because I think it'll make it more confusing. But I think for this kind of thing, you really just need to memorize that obieru comes with ni, kuwagaru comes with wo. Obieru common word? It's common, but if I had to say, yeah, more poetic kind of, yes. But it's still it's common-ish. Kuwagaru is definitely more common. Interesting conversation. I didn't quite get the answer of what my question, I think how I'm assuming you heard what I said in Japanese to her as a question, but I think that's right. I feel like that's right, if that makes sense. I think she's kind of concentrated on how she's going to explain it. She kind of skipped over answering me yes or no, but she often does that. Oto ni obieru, oto o kuwagaru. Ni o, そこは分かった。怯えるはに。怖がるはお。Anyway, I heard lots of Spider-Man, yeah. She was using that as the thing that we're scared of for her things. Okay. That's an enemy. You think we would use even some of our water for them? Stop blabbering and go. Hurry. He's actually listening. Basically uses, and I'm not just not translating this, it's just, it doesn't really have a direct translation, but oops, no. Calls are a curse word, maybe. Well, my son's not here, like shithead kind of thing. And then and then says water and something to make sparks, right? Okay. Thank you. Thanks to you, everybody was saved. Oh, he's not going to be a full-on bad guy anyway. We're gonna change him maybe. I was the same as these people in the beginning. Okay. So that was I lived my life in ease as a why can I not think of soldier from the I don't know if this Tonari Ringoku or just a Ringoku, but yeah, continuing on because my brain isn't working right.
移民がやってきた。
Late to the party again. That's okay. We're actually even extending today. Trying to figure out how to convey kun for deaf, hard of hearing purposes without actually using it. Why is it important that you need to think about? Because it all depends on the context. Why do you feel you need to portray kun? Is there a reason for the story to continue that you need to say kun? Or could you just get away with calling them Bobby? Yeah, you put names right as I was in the middle of my sentence, so yeah, Bob versus Bobby. Yeah, if there's a reason, if that reason is that it's showing kind of more nicknamery, then yeah, maybe call them Bobby. That's one good point. Often, if it's just showing that a teacher is referring to a student, just call them Keen, because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't change in English whether I'm the student or I'm not. Does that make sense? Think of, sorry, break again, but think of, okay, I'll explain more when I get back. Break time.
This is Keen Reflex.
Hey yo, welcome back. Kind of you're watching Keen Reflex. This is a space for you guys to practice Japanese while enjoying video games. 皆さんお帰りなさいませ。Keen Reflex でございます。こちらはゲームを楽しみながら日本語も英語も勉強できるところでございます。Okay, first of all, first we'll go over the question, then we will go back to the translation of suffixes, conversation. The question was, someone's going to say, I can defeat the monsters in Japanese. Mama no o blank. And we're going to conjugate the word taosu to do this. I believe this is one of those series where I basically had several different sentences for the same one. I had one that said, I can't defeat the monsters, one that says, I couldn't defeat, one that said, I could defeat, one says, I will defeat, I will not defeat, right? It's basically about conjugating this verb into all the different things we can say in the sentence. Feel free to continue to explain in your own words the parasong, because I know you were starting to explain it to Freddie, but it's also my job to explain, so I will do that. when we are talking about capability of something, we're going to take that verb from the dictionary form. So it's going to, in this case, 倒す is the dictionary form. And we are going to change that to the e row, that last character, which is す, 倒す. So the e row makes it 倒せ, right? And then we're going to add, if it's positive, we're just going to add る or ます. If it's negative, we're going to add ない or ません. So, I can defeat the monsters. Let me finish it before this goes off. 魔物を倒せる. I can defeat the monsters. 倒せます. 倒せる.失礼こかせていただきます。アリちゃんは BD だからこかないでしょ。But yeah, no, that's fine. Just always know you're. I'm not the only one that's allowed. Absolutely welcome to have your opinions and to explain in your own way. Because sometimes people understand one explanation over another better. It's hard to have more. I'm defeated. Did you get it wrong? What happened? But yeah, it tells us I need to deprogram it for anyone who wants suffixes and subtitles. 私のアカウントの名前が長すぎて、横画面の半分を名前が含めてるで、確かに。確かに。マヨちゃんにした方が良かったんじゃない？マヨちゃん。What was I gonna say about something? I was gonna say something. 長いアカウントなんて私くらいやろ。確かに。女の子は女らしない。そう、その通り。You're trying to help Freddie get it. Yeah. Yeah, that was the point. The point is, look at it. Is it present tense? Is it past tense? Is it can, cannot? Right? That's what we're going for. Basically, there's several ways in Japanese to conjugate the verb, which comes last, to completely change the meaning of the sentence, and that's what kind of question it was. How do we conjugate? In similar but later added questions that I put on there, I added part to the question, conjugate the verb 倒す for your answer to make it more obvious what I'm going for. Suffixes and subtitles is good for anime and audiences. Otaku, yeah. Like I said, the manga that I saw, where the first section was explaining that they're going to use suffixes and what the suffixes essentially mean, the kind of nuances. I thought that was not a bad way to do it, especially if they think that if there's going to be mainly kusonado, as Bakugo says, kusonado. It's still like my favorite phrase ever in anime. If your audience is a lot of otaku, then that makes sense. But I think as a general translation, professional translation, yeah, usually either you should translate around or at least have that explanation, because you shouldn't just assume they're going to understand Japanese. That's the whole point. They don't. That's why you're translating it. In food, like onigiri versus rice ball, yeah. Yeah, that's just one of those things we have in English for onigiri. For other Japanese foods, the proper English word for it is the Japanese word. So that one's okay, right? ごめん、半分含めますよって名前にすればよかったわ。受ける。An actual word can translate instead of considering the tense. Gotcha. Or just go all the way and change it to donut. I think they do that in some anime, don't they? Yeah, just don't do that. That's a little weird. Didn't they do that in Pokemon or something? Or like change it to sandwich? 移民がやってきた知性がガキモノだ. So yeah, well, we're gonna keep going. He used to be like these people when he came as a kid. And I was told by the king to send them away. And then I started to doubt those actions. Yeah, and so those words that have been borrowed into English instead of translated, now those are okay to just leave as is because that's how it's become. Back when onigiri was more commonly seen, it was that was seen a lot more in earlier times, and back in those times, we would try and translate it, think of it in English, right? Like I always hate like the word uncle. That's one of those things, well, just like having conversation, not translating in general, but like if I'm like at a Japanese restaurant, but the person behind the counter is very clearly not Japanese and probably doesn't even care about Japanese culture or language. They just happen to land on that part-time job. And I want to ask like, do you have any uncle? Like they'll be like, what? And I'll be like, red bean paste. And they're like, like, that's because that's a translation for uncle, right? But that, like, it's so weird. Red bean paste, cake and curry. That's one of those things that even though there technically isn't English for it, I'll always say uncle. Miso tabetaku natta. Ore maybe because it creates a better understanding of Japanese. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, we do it the same. There's a lot of Western foods. There's foods from all different kinds of cultures that go into other cultures, and they're left as is, right? Okay. I guess I kind of just figured that people want to protect what's already theirs. And so I hated it so much that I decided to join this side. Okay, so he used to be a soldier, and then he decided to come to this side because he didn't think it was right what he was doing. It had to try red bean paste and doesn't sound very appetizing. Exactly. A lot of the meats, a lot of the meats are like part of the intestines or like the lining of the stomach or whatever. And when you translate it like that, it sounds disgusting. But just in the regular like putabara or whatever, it's perfectly fine. It doesn't sound gross in the original Japanese. It tastes so good. Uncle? Yeah, I love uncle. It's funny, my wife doesn't like uncle or matcha. Two very Japanese sweets. I remember, but just bean paste, yeah, it doesn't. Isn't it crazy? I mean, she likes a lot of very Japanese things, but dorayaki. What's that called? Sweet red bean dorayaki in our local Japanese shop. But why don't you just call it dorayaki then? Wait. Dorayaki, does dorayaki have other things besides uncle? I don't remember. I know that's the teibang. Dorayaki. Aji. いろんな味あるんだっけ? こしあん、つぶあん、抹茶。いろいろあるか. I always got the uncle, okay. I guess it's not really, it's koshian in this case. But yeah. Miyane. Ne. ありえないよ。日本人なのに、あんこや抹茶が好きじゃないっていう。That's Korean. Yeah, my wife loves Korean dramas and knows some phrases, and has even learned the writing system. Apothecary. You're really impressive. You're an impressive person. For you to come in between two fighting countries and stick your neck out like that. Banana custard and chocolate version. Yeah, those are probably more popular in the West. Yeah. Where are you again, Freddie? I'm sorry. 争ってる. Yeah. 争ってる自分がバカみたいに思いちまったよ. Are you Are you wanting an explanation or just saying arasotteru?
買いかぶりよ。
I've known this phrase, but I forgot what it means. Oh, this is, and I think this is important. Wait, before I look it up, it is... You're underselling yourself? Something like that? Kai kaburi. Or no, sorry, he's talking about her. You're overselling me. Kai kaburi. Yeah. I wasn't confident, so I'm glad. Yeah, you overestimate me. You overestimate me. Kai kaburi. Yosha. Because the reason I'm so celebratory is because celebrating so much is because this is a word that I saw. I'm like, I should know that, but I forgot it. Dang it. You know, it's kind of that defeated feeling. But then I'm like, wait. I think it means this, and it was. You know what I mean? Thought I lost, but I won, so it's a good feeling. Kai kaburi. Kai kaburi. I want to say it's oversell, but the dictionary didn't use that phrasing, so I guess I'll use the dictionary for which is overestimation. Kai kaburi, yes. But for my own memorization purposes, you might say, like, he's overselling it, right? You're overselling my... because of the word kai. Does kaburi have anything to do with kaburu? It probably does. Because I've learned this as the word kai kaburi. But I'm assuming you're thinking of kaburu as to wear on your head, but you should know that often also means to overlap. Well, here there's a lot of meanings of kaburu, and I would assume that one of these is that kaburi. Yes. So of course you know to put on one's head, to be covered with, to bear, to overlap. This is very common. To be similar, to be redundant, to be fogged, to close, to come to an end, to get a full house. So there's a lot of different meanings for this particular word. Kai kaburi. I feel like it's closer to to being redundant, possibly. Not sure of the exact origins of the words, but hopefully my guesses, even whether right or wrong, help you with different mnemonics to help you remember, if that makes sense. Oh, you were thinking of the one that means overlap. I'm impressed, actually. Yeah. I think the two most common I hear are to wear a hat and to overlap, yeah. But yeah, there's a lot. あれちゃん知ってるかな？知らないんじゃない？なんかそんな細かく考えないと思うけど、ネイティブでも。買いかぶりのかぶりは何のかぶりかわかる？A と B がかぶってる。A 二つ当たったからかぶってるって意味なのか。帽子かぶってるのかぶるのか。Something to do with programming. Oh, you need to know the why? I think I hear overlap because of work. It's funny, the reason I usually hear overlap is when like when you get like a gacha or something and you get something you already had, it's overlapping and you say, kabutteru. I think there's another word we use for that though. Kabutta? Kabutta? だよね. I believe so. My brain's not mixing with something else, is it? Kabutte shimatta. だよな. 待って. I'm gonna double check. I never want to teach anything that's incorrect just to like feign professionalism or feign what's the word? Knowledge. Gacha. Yes, yes, we do use kaburu for gacha, for things like gachas. Because I typed in gacha kaburu and then kakuritsu popped up as a guess for what I wanted to say. What's the chance of getting the same in a gacha? Ah, yeah, when you have too many scheduled at the same time. Yeah, kabutte shimatta. You.
助かったのか。
Have I been saved? It's a weird thing to say in English, isn't it? I might translate this more as a localization as I'm okay, you know? Why is it, isn't it weird how, like, why is it funny to say that in English? I've been saved? Like, that is what happened. Why is it weird to say it? But it is. It sounds, or am I the weird one? That's weird to say, right? But it's funny that it's weird to say. You don't think it's weird? Okay, then maybe I'm overthinking. I've been saved. I still feel like it'd be more natural. I'd be like, I'm okay, you know. 帽子かぶると頭が少し大きく見えるよね。だからかぶるってことは少し大きくなっちゃうね。買いかぶる。原価よりも大幅な、高知で買っちゃうってこと。うわ、素晴らしい。ありがとう、ありちゃん。Did you read? So, to summarize, Ai-chan's saying, when you wear a hat, it makes your head look bigger than it really is. So wearing, in this case, is essentially making you showing off bigger than what it really is, and therefore showing more, in this case, high price. Wait. What did she say? 買いかぶる原価よりも大幅な価値で買っちゃう. Yeah. So you're saying you bought something for something that is pricier, for a bigger price than it actually was. Yeah. Passive what? That's why it's weird. Okay, yeah. Yeah, when I was teaching English for that first year, I had to teach a lot of, yeah, grammatically you're correct in using that, in changing that passive Japanese sentence into an English passive sentence. However, we don't use passive voice very much in English. That's why it's weird. Gotcha. So maybe you could have said, you saved me. However, this is why, okay. Thank you for, you've helped me figure it out. This is why it's weird is, in this situation, he doesn't know who saved him. So that's why they use the passive voice in Japanese. And that's why my brain automatically went to, I'm okay, because that's kind of how you would say it in English. Because we don't use passive. What he's noticing is that he's okay. He's been saved, but you don't say that. You go straight to the, oh, I'm okay. Someone saved me? That's possible, yeah. Someone saved me? Yeah, maybe pose it as a question. Did someone save me? Did you save me? What's a passive voice? That is hard to explain easily. Can you explain it, Per? Let me answer the other questions, and if you haven't already explained that for our Freddy, I will. Thank you. Thank you. いつもいい質問してくれてるね。ね。Okay. Everyone is saved. Everyone's okay. I believe, by the way, Freddy is not a native English speaker, which is why that particular phrase might be a little bit more difficult. Hey, Shono Gurifu. I'm the leader, a leader. Maybe not the Griff, leader of the soldiers. The Ryusa is, what's the difference between Tsunarashi and Ryusa? It is quicksand. I thought so. Okay, yeah. But is it? The context, quicksand is kind of weird. They got caught up in quicksand? I don't see them sinking. Did they use the wrong word in Japanese? Ryusa じゃなくない？だって、基準ってないじゃん。砂嵐じゃないの？まあいいや。ペンギン町来い！ Oh. By the way, this is my wife. All of these songs. Let me read out loud the explanation. Passive voice when you omit the doer of the verb, yes. It can be used in English to avoid naming the doer for whatever reason. Sometimes to be non-confrontational, it's considered bad style. Yeah, in English, it's considered bad style. Another reason to do it often in Japanese is because you don't know the doer. You just know that it's happened, but you know that there is a doer, if that makes sense. It's used less in English than it is in other languages like Japanese, but it does exist. So the example we were talking about, Freddie, was, although grammatically correct, we don't say it very much in English. I've been saved instead of someone saved me is not passive, right? But I've been saved is passive. We didn't name it. Someone saved me. The doer is someone, even though we don't know who it is. But yeah, thank you for helping out, Pear-san. Kasatana pen, Mayaraba pen. 今の状況でぴったりなソングやったわ。確かに。Okay, I still feel like they didn't use the right word in here because Jusa does pop up as quicksand in my dictionary. Maybe it has a more broad term. I don't see any quicksand in this story. I feel like they wanted to say tsunarashi. Is Cairo back? I'm looking at a Japanese to Japanese dictionary. Let's see what. No, it is quicksand. 使い方間違ってる気がする. I feel like this their use of the word yusa in this is just wrong. あ、アリちゃんがやったんだ。スカイラさんが来てるかと思った。そう、誰でも使えるよ。じゃなかった？手だね。They say we could apply even if we don't know who they are. I understand they saved me could apply even if we don't know who they are. That would imply, yeah, that would imply that you know who they are. Yeah, it's a pronoun. I'm trying to think of what you're what you learned where that kind of is true. But maybe they're, yeah. I think you might be thinking of when sometimes English speakers say, like, you know what they say, yada, 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 right? Or they say, like we often say, they say, when we have no idea who they is. We just know it's a thing that's been said a lot. And I think that's what you're thinking of when you applied that rule. But that is, I don't know how to explain what that is, except technically not proper English. What Per-san is saying is, yeah, proper English grammar. They does imply that you know who they is. But you're right, and when they're talking about, you know what they say, that kind of thing, yeah, we don't know who that is. Okay, so yeah, while we were doing our rounds, we got attacked by a monster and got sucked into quicksand. So how did you end up here? Maybe there was quicksand. Maybe I didn't see it and we pulled him out. We did only see one person at first. A monster? An imaginary boogeyman. They...
サンドリオンか。
Because it can be used to cover it up in illogical argument. Yes. That's considered bad form too. Yeah. That's what bad form. I was gonna say wrong, but then yeah. You can't mean the sand lion.
サントリオン
Why isn't it lion then? Maybe it's Sandrian. Either way, it's a made-up word.
砂に住む魔物だ。普段はおとなしいんだがな。
It's a monster that lives in the sand. It's usually, what do we say? It's usually not attacking people, is really what the gist of it is. Otonashi means they're not doing bad things. They're good kids.
戦のドンパチで刺激されたんだ。
パイさんの教科書、そっちに忘れた。
手がつけらんね
やんしようか？でもあなたのパソコンでしか Python の勉強できないよな、確かし。いや、なんで？こっちできるんじゃない？なんか新しいのもらってなかった？お兄ちゃんのもできないの？ You call someone using a mysterious... Why is that? I'm gonna do that sometimes. Mysterious they, you'll often hear people say, who is they? Yeah. But people do say it, Freddy, but it's not, you shouldn't, is the consensus. Because then you're like, who is they? Because they implies you know them. Chromebook. どっちも Chromebook なん興味よ。Okay. Okay, so from all of the running around from our the fight, that it must have made him angry.
仲間を野営地に残してきた。危険だ。知らせに戻らねば。
Oh, okay. So yeah, we left some people back there. We got attacked. We gotta hurry up and let them know.
まあ待てよ。
Before they are attacked. Hold on, I'll go look.
私も行くわ。
Me too.
グリフさんはまだ動いちゃダメ。
Like the who is she cat's mother as a reply when someone says she will help us on this. I'm not sure, but probably, yeah. Okay, の話変かった。出たっけ？エアさんはプログラマーだから、いろんなものをそれに例えると思うんだけど、今は受け身について話してる。フェリーさんは英語ネイティブの人でもなく、日本語はよく受け身系使うんだけど、英語では受け身系はそんなに使わない。あんま良くない。自然じゃない。から、って話をして、俺とペアさんが話してたら、フェリーさんは受け身系は何ですかって聞いてきたから、それについて説明してくれてるペアさんが。動いちゃダメ。Okay, don't move, you rest. Sorry. Well, I guess, literally translated, sorry. Properly translated, thank you. Osekkai. If you don't know osekkai, that's a good word. But how do we translate? Osekkai is somebody who, or the action of doing something nice for somebody who didn't ask. And it's in, osekkai. Is there a good word for it in English? I don't think we... It says a meddler. Busybody? I wouldn't really call it that though. It's not quite the same nuance. Nosy. But yeah, it's like, say, I don't know. Oh, that's a bad example. I don't want to make him angry. When somebody's giving you advice that you didn't ask for and it actually frustrates you instead. You know what I mean? Their intention is technically to be nice, but they're doing it when you're not asking for it. It could be backseating, yeah. That's one type of osekkai. Consider calling yourself wordbender because you're a pog champ. やっちまった。恥ずかしい。大丈夫、大丈夫。Not patronizing. Maybe I did the wrong example. あれちゃんならおせっかいってどう説明する？俺は意味分かってて、ニュアンスも分かってるけど、その説明はどうしようって話。おせっかい。So, yeah, we're going to translate as meddler because that's what it says for now. We can kind of discuss it as I continue. But let's just use, and maybe there's just not a good word for it in English. And sometimes it's okay to just leave it be at that and understand the nuance. Does that make sense? For our learning purposes. And then we would translate based on the situation when we're actually doing the work. But in this case, she is, he wants her to just kind of leave these guys alone, not help. Or he originally did. And she's like, no, I'm going to heal this person. I'm going to heal this person. And yada, yada, yada. She comes in and tells his soldiers who he's trying to get to go back to work immediately, no, they need to rest, you know. She's helping to the point of annoyance to him, in his perspective. And so he's saying, osekkai. However, he's also kind of being, what's it called? Yandere? Like he's putting a front, but he actually is happy she's helping in the end. So there's several levels going on here. 相手によっては迷惑なこと。で喋って人の世話する人。そうそうそう。うん。そう。相手によってお世話してるつもりであるけど、相手によってもう迷惑かけてることになっちゃう。ね、おせっかいだよな。別の、俺の言い方にすると。ありがとう。Biblio always shows busybody. Yeah. So mix what you find in the dictionary with our explanations, the English explanation I just gave, the Japanese explanation my wife just gave, for your understanding of the word. And sometimes you can't put that into words, and that's kind of okay, as long as you can get the feeling of it in your soul. Once you decide to become a translator, then that's the problem. But first is to just understand the nuance, regardless of whether you can put it in words in English. Does that make sense? There's another person who I think I made angry this morning. When they were actually kind of being a little osekkai. Their intentions were to help, but it was frustrating me. So then I called him out, and I don't know if he's still lurking or not. But we still love you, Dream. But he also does a lot of when I'm trying to explain the nuance of something, he's always guessing, oh, is it meddlesome? Oh, is it patronizing? Throws out all these words. And I think that's our natural instinct to try and put a word to it. And that's fine. But I always try and remind him and anybody that it's also okay to understand without being able to put an English word to it. Sometimes just know that sometimes you can't put the perfect English word to this phrase or word in a different language. And what's really important is to understand whether that's and feel it, even if you can't put it into words. Does that make sense? Sometimes you just can't. When you're a translator, you have to do your best to do so. But for understanding, which is your first goal, it's not always important to be able to put it in English words. Does that make sense? I'm very talkative today, sorry. Yeah. Should it be a double T? Double T if you're putting it in nomaji, yes. When you have the small tsu. ありがとうって言ったありちゃん。ありがとう。説明に夢中でたまにありがとうって言うの忘れちゃう。忘れちゃったな。ごめんね。 Oh my, we've already got an hour and a half over. You guys need to go to sleep. Nante kotta.
誰もいない。
I'm gonna snooze this a little bit. There's nobody here. Uh-oh.
まさか
This does not look...
みんな崩落に巻き込まれて。
This doesn't look like a... Well, no, she's saying horaku though. As in... like fall... Horaku. Ochiru. Cave in, yeah. Like a... I'm assuming maybe from the Monster Underground. I guess it's the type of quicksand that's probably most only used in this type of game where it's really, the sand is not necessarily mixing with water, but it's getting soft because there's something under that's moving around. Sarcasm was the hardest language I've learned, but Japanese is a close second. Yeah. Unlearning sarcasm in Japan is hard for me. I lost my sense of humor. It's tough. I sometimes hurt my wife's feelings with sarcasm. Or like, there'll be someone, well, it's usually not me though, it's usually me translating somebody else's sarcasm and why it's funny, and then instead it just ends up offending her, and I realized I should have just translated it as what it meant and not the sarcasm. Because it was usually like it's the type of sarcasm where it's like, where it's very clear that the other person is very good at something, and you'd say, oh, well, this person doesn't know how to do it, of course. Ha ha ha, you know? And it would be about her. And it's so clear to everybody else and every Western person in the room that it's really just a compliment. It's a really weird compliment. Really weird way to go about a compliment. But in her mind, it's like, why would you say something so mean about me? And so yeah, that's tough between cultures, right? 私もさ、エイデンに手助けのつもりでやってあげたことが、エイデンとのままってめっちゃ怒られることが多々ある。これ多々と読む？多くある。では、ホットドッグ2個でええで。OK. I'll give you 2 hot dogs as thanks. 多々あるよ。あってと。It just seems to hurt people's feelings more often than not. It is true, and I think for the most part, even without the whole Japanese culture thing that we need to worry about, you and I have to worry about, it's probably best to kind of, for most part, unlearn. Yeah. There's plenty of other ways to be funny. まさかみんな崩落に巻き込まれて did they get, I'm assuming sucked in with a collapse? Oh, yep. Somebody's under the sand. Free. Yes, true. How's it going, Yohei? Hey, Yohei. Quite hard to adjust to Western life. The cadence is absolutely. Watch out! Isn't that one of those things? You can translate it directly. That's dangerous. Is literally what she's saying. But abunai is that's dangerous. It's what you say when, in English, we'd say "watch out," right? No. I love the animation. Tired, long day, long. I'm sorry, bud. Edmund. How are you? No work did I do? I need to get to work. I have work. We're just having a really good. Tell you what, I gotta do a break now. And then we got, it looks like we're gonna get another, was this the second one? We're gonna get a second Keen Theater. We'll do that, maybe play a little bit more, and then I will raid out, okay? So let's do that break.
Keen!
Yeah, the bim bam dance. ワイルドリフトで今ルルしか使ってないんだけど、ずっと勝ってて、どの試合もみんながいいねしてくれる。いいじゃん。ルルって結構最強だよな。どんな使い方？スーパーサポート？それともなんかちょっとアグレッシブ的な？ So right now, what does that mean? Oh, he's making jokes.
So sit back and just vibe, hit that follow, hit subscribe, stick around.
I'll let you explain it, Maxime. Super support ine. Okay, we're gonna take the 2-minute break. It's a good chance for you guys to get some water, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, do all those in Japanese. I can. Well, very small part of my rap, if you're listening to this song, is in Japanese. And yeah, I'm not great at singing, but if you couldn't tell by the way I talk, I can speak very fast, which essentially is kind of half of what rapping is. Half of. So in karaoke, I usually sing rap songs because that's what makes me appear somewhat good at singing. So yeah, I guess the short answer is yes, I can rap in Japanese. I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. 2分の休憩いただきます。これも行かないでくださいね。Hey yo, welcome back to Kaiden's High. You're watching Keen Reflex. This is a space where you guys practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. 皆さんお帰りなさいませ。Keen Reflex でございます。こちらはゲームを楽しみながら日本語も英語も勉強できるところでございます。あ、そう。Trying to go as fast as I could without kandider, but I kanda at the very last second. Okay.
己に負けるな Keen Reflex 己に負けるな Keen Reflex 己に負けるな Keen Reflex 己に負けるな
Okay. Call it a night. What was the question again? Or what was the word? I do remember putting a word in that means call it a night. なんだっけな? Okay, let's go over the question really quick. It was, I can't go to school today in Japanese. 今日は学校に blank. So yes, negative, so masen, you're correct, Freddy. This is once again a can or can't question. So we need to take the ku from iku, make it an arrow, ke, ike, and then negative, so ikenai, ikemasen. 今日は学校に行けません. 今日は学校に行けない. I can't go to school today. 開きにする。なんだっけな? I forgot that. If I heard it, I would recognize it, but I don't remember. Oh, 開きにする? I think that's right. ちょっと待って. That's so funny. 開きにする?
This is Keen Reflex.
Yes, that is correct.
And this is a space for you guys to practice Japanese while enjoying video
Okay.
games. That's right, they call me
We're gonna play the
Keen,
game.
and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese. Keen!
なんだその例文は。I just using an example sentence. 今日はイケメンとデートするので学校に行けません。I have a date with a good-looking guy, so I can't go to school. And then she continued with, そのイケメンは体脂肪率 9% の人です。That good-looking guy is a guy with 9% body fat. So it's not me? How dare you? By the way, so yeah, Parasan asked about rapping in Japanese. Maybe not rap per se, but doing karaoke in Japanese is a great way, a really good way to practice your reading comprehension. Because, I mean, as long as you do something that's kind of like I was mentioning before, like movies or books, try to do something you understand 60% without having to look stuff up. But even if they have the furigana everywhere, you're still forcing yourself to read the pace of the song, even if it's a slow-paced song. You can start with slow-paced songs, but forcing yourself to have to read in time with the rhythm is really good for increasing your reading comprehension and reading speed, if that makes sense. Highly recommend karaoke for anybody who wants to learn to read better. Namen's ikemen. あ、僕イケメン。なんだっけ? Who says that again? It's one of the Owarai, yeah. Namen's ikemen, 僕イケメン. I have a date with a good-looking guy tonight too, but he's running late. How dare, husband. Husbando. さすが。少年日本によるけど、ありますね。I'm super slow at reading, yeah. Well, that'll help you. By the way, for anybody who didn't know what karaoke even means, I actually watched a documentary on it when I was studying abroad, learning Japanese in Tokyo. But regardless of that, it's actually quite a lot of native speakers actually don't even know this, but you say it and they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's short for Karappo Orchestra, which literally means empty orchestra. The more you know. The original person who invented karaoke, he used it as a way to kind of demo his CDs. He would give out samples of his music, but without the vocals in it. It'd just be the instruments. And he also people liked that because then they could sing along to it. So he also would play that in his store and kind of let people sing along to his songs. And he called that karaoke. And it just kind of blew up before he could even think of patenting such a thing. But on the documentary I saw, that they asked him if he was, sad that he didn't get a patent on it. And he said no, because it's in China now, it's in the US, it's everywhere around the world. It wouldn't have been able to spread like wildfire if I was the only one to be able to do it. So I'm really happy that what I did helped so many people have fun, right? Kanoeiko, arigato. Oh, at first I thought it was a word. Then I was really struggling. Kanoeiko, naruhodo. Arigato, arigato. He changed the world. He did. Urayamashi. でも待ち合わせの時間ってドキドキするよな。カエルの曲。カエルの歌が聞こえてくるよ。グワー、グワー。
思考開始。
思考開始。
炎よ、燃えろ。
You just figured it out?
よっしゃ。
ケリオキ。やめろ。Why do you keep saying tree, Yohei? I don't get it. Karaoke. I mean, it is an English word, so rightfully, I mean, the spelled, you know what I mean, derived from Japanese, but it is an English word, karaoke. Just like in Japanese, you have all sorts of loan words, right? I don't know. Kuraka is a Japanese word. It derives from an English word, but kuraka is not an English word, right? It's a Japanese word. So, it is perfectly normal to pronounce that karaoke even if you know Japanese. However, for some reason, at least that word, there's some words that just, even if I'm speaking English, I'll pronounce in Japanese. It just feels weird. It feels weird, man. You guys want to go to karaoke? Because if you think about it, how pretentious would you sound if you're like a native Japanese speaker, but every time there's a katakana word, you pronounce it in like full-blown, really good English? この間 cracker 食べててね. It just sounds so dumb. I always joke with my girlfriend I'm going to Akihabara. I hate it. Shibuya. Karaoke is the most often used. Well, yeah, no, that's how it's pronounced in English, really. It is a vast what is the word I'm looking for? Representation of the correct Japanese word. But it's what was adopted, so you kind of have to go with it. It's like sometimes Japanese borrow words very wrong, or even the meaning wrong, from English or other languages. But that's what the word is now in Japanese. You gotta roll with it. Represent. I was looking for the word misrepresented. Thank you guys for thinking of even more difficult words for me, though. I'm not good with figuring out what's katakana is supposed to tell me. Yeah. A lot of times it is. Yeah. Even now, Maxime. Like if it's a person's name or... You know, I know a lot of the commonly used words that are in katakana, like actual words, but names and whatever will still throw me off. And sometimes if there's just, it's not an actual Japanese word, but for some reason they katakanize an English word for the sake of the story. A lot of times I'm still like, what are you? Oh, okay, this. You're asking someone who doesn't know anything about Japanese how to pronounce the Ninja Gaiden or the Legend of Kage. Yeah. I mean, well, Ninja Gaiden, we would assume Gaiden, right? It's not that far off. Legend of Cage is definitely very different than Kage. But yeah. But yeah. My friend was saying Mindo means, I don't know, Shinsei? Aseishin? I don't think I've heard of Mindo. Mintaru? Thinking Mintaru maybe? I'm trying to think if I've heard Mindo. Can't say I haven't. I'm trying to think if it was... Oh, it was waseigo, yeah. Well, like donmai. Comes from don't mind, but it means like don't worry about it. But like it's funny because a lot of my Japanese friends will be like, "Oh, don't mind, don't mind." That sounds like if when they're speaking English, they'll try and say, "Oh, don't mind." It sounds like they're like, "I don't mind." Completely different. Listening to my audiobook and Siri couldn't say space or mech. It came out as spake and mink. That's funny. Mine though. I think I read on your Twitch, and I think you kind of mentioned it, so I don't think it's a secret, but that you're like 35. Is your wife under, somehow, sorry, not wife, girlfriend, in her 20s? I know that a lot because a lot of more younger generation are using a lot more English-derived words. If you look up mindo in the dictionary, by the way, this is what the dictionary says, not to, once again, especially if it's a newly adapted kind of colloquialism, it could be different than this, but dictionary says mindset, mentality, sentiment, which is still quite not what mind means in English. Yeah. Everyone's 36. Oh, okay. Hey. Push. なんだっけ? なんて言えばいいんだっけ? まあいいや。Okay, so she's not super young with all the new colloquialisms then. Don't have too many languages in your phone, it gets confused on how to pronounce them and listen, yeah. Evil, but I have a list of my phone, on my phone, of my girlfriend's funny mispronunciations. Guess what this one is? To splash. This is supposed to be an English word? To splash. Toothbrush. I've lived around Japanese people too much. I don't think a lot of people, yeah, I was even confident once I said it. I don't think a lot of people outside of Japan would have gotten that, regardless of Japanese language ability. Yeah, that's very far off, but yeah, I get it. I guess it depends on how your partner is, but I think my wife would hold that against me. She's a little more sensitive. My Chilean friend. Itaka. あれちゃんの英語での面白い発音をなんか記録したら怒る。しないけど、この誰かがやってる。絶対怒れる人。私の英語をバカにしやがって。List on the whiteboard in the office. The top two are 1, reincarnated, and 2, reincarnate. Oh, sorry. See, I read that wrong. Reincarcerated, reincarnated, and 2, my one friend. What are we talking about? One of my friends. These are things that people have said? Yeah, Gotcha.
プランを考えねば。 ああ、炎よ、燃えろ。
あ、あゆちゃん。
どうしようかしら。
そろそろ終わりにするかって聞かれたけど、そろそろ終わりにしないと。Yeah. Give you crap out of your Japanese pronunciation too. It's fair. ねえ。あ、お互いらしい。ちなみにその発音の記憶じゃないや。なんだっけ？記録。Yeah, we're two natives and are both dyslexic. It's a great oopsie board. That's funny. I can't pronounce su very well or nu. Really? Your first language is English? Ah. A different... Is it... Or you said from Texas? The reason I ask is I'm trying to think of when we have problems pronouncing a certain thing, it's because of what the limitations on our first language is. Texas access. So I'm assuming maybe it's speak with a Texas accent. Numazu. Numazu is hard for you. Kinshita yatta. Ah, Kinshita yannakia. Arigatou. Numazu. Does that sound like Numazu? Not Numazu. Hold on. I wonder if it's the... Because I'm not saying that nobody has, but it's the first person I've heard that said nu and... Or, wait, you said z or tsu? No, just tsu. Well, tsu, actually, that's quite common. Never mind. But nu, I think is new to me. I was wondering, maybe it's because of the Texas accent. I'm trying to think of ends, how... Anyway. I'm just wondering how... What's the word? What affected that is what intrigues me. I'm that kind of person. But as far as not being able to pronounce certain sounds, I guess that's it's very difficult if it's not a sound that the language that we've spoken for our whole lives entails, right? Anyway, tankopo, yeah, like my 3-year-old still says tankopo instead of tampopo for it's tampopo again in English. Dandelion. I thought all these years knew was easy, but apparently she can hear. Oh, really? Hey, that's even more interesting, yeah. Tankopo. Surprisingly, even native Japanese children struggle with darirurero for a while, which is a relief because neither of my children can seem to say it. Su and su also sound very similar to me, but not to my girlfriend at all. Su and su. I mean, I get it. Yeah. Okay. It's Keen Theater time, or as the recording says,
it's time for Keen Theater. Which activity is Keen gonna do this time?
ただいまが現れた。Would you look at that? I was kind of hoping I would get to show Paris on this because it's cute. You can get this easy at any of the Square Enix shops around Tokyo. It's slime book time. So, this is, for anybody who doesn't know, this is an onomatopoeia book based around slimes. That is an official Square Enix book. bought from, this particular one was bought from the Square Enix Cafe in Akihabara. Akihabara, aka Akihabara. Okay. スライム、ピッピッピッ。スライムが現れた。A slime appeared. ピッピッ、ピッピッピッ。わわ、わわわ。ギザギザ、ギザザ。カクカカカ。カクカクカクカカカ。トットット、トトット、トトトトン。おっとっとっと、トト、トトペちゃん。ビヨーン。ゾウゾウゾウゾウ、ゾウゾウゾウゾウ。くっつけ、くっつけ、もにょもにょもにょもにょもにょ。ぼよよーん。シュルルシュルシュル。ザザザ。スライムは逃げ出した。The slime ran away. And that was the slime book for Keen Theater. Thank you for your support. And we're gonna go back to the game. Okay, so yeah, for those of you who are new to the stream, that is when this number goes down to 0, we do a Keen Theater, which is one of those 3 things that you saw. There's 2 more that I'm planning on adding, but I've been so busy making my game I haven't gotten to them. But yeah, this number can be brought down by following, by subbing, by just being there. I think it says it right down there. Sub is 100 points, follow is 50 points, 1 point per person in chat per 10 minutes as well. So just for like average of 20-ish people being here in a while, it went down pretty quickly. And we got the follow from at least Parasam, maybe a few other people. So yeah, I think we got a sub. Did we? Maybe not today, that's okay. Pond Bag. Yeah, love that place, Pond Bag. いろいろなアニメートもおすすめ。ね、ありちゃん、あれ聞いた？去年の冬ぐらいに渋谷にスクエアニショップができたらしいんだよね。なんか、前も聞いたけど、この間英語のメールで、スクエアニの英語のメールからいきなり教えてもらって、なんでいきなり今更って思ってるんだけど。秋葉できたね。まだ行ってない？行った？そっか、俺たち、前話したっけ？忘れちゃった。この間英語のメールを見て思い出したけど。まだ行ってない。そっか。行きたいな。行ってみたいな。I guess last winter-ish, there's a new Square Enix shop in Shibuya. Which I would love to go to next time I'm back in Japan. I can't imagine. I mean, it's just another flavor though, right? There's so many different, especially in Tokyo. There's Square Enix shop in Akiba. There's what's it called? Something that starts with an A. That's in Shinjuku. And then there's of course just all of the animeto, like in Ikebukuro or other places, where you can basically buy all of the same Square Enix merchandise. But it's kind of nice to have that different flavor. Oh shoot, there's not a map in here, and we've been talking for so long, I don't know where the heck I am. Seriously, no map? You gotta be kidding me. Used to live in Shibuya. It was fun for a bit, but I'm glad I'd be. Shibuya is nice to visit. During the day, I would not want to live there. Absolutely not. It's all the alcohol cans when I get off the train. Yeah. Booyah. I love the Square Enix games, yeah, me too. We don't need no stinking map. I need a stinking map. Square Enix games of your childhood. Mine too. Kuraina. You Kuraina.
思考開始。
確かにエイデンされてちょっと嫌だよな。
炎よ、燃えろ。
よく見て。
It's so overcrowded, especially lately with the tourists. I can imagine how bad it is right now.
そこ。
よっしゃ。
The unfortunate thing of like
通りだ。
when living there, I kind of tended to avoid really touristy places, even if they're good places. Usually they are, that's why they're touristy, but just because
通りよ。
it's okay, I don't really mind necessarily being thought of as a possible tourist, but when treated completely like a tourist, it's kind of really frustrating where like you're just trying to get by and like you'll walk into a place where usually people don't speak any English and they'll panic and be like, oh, no English, what are you doing here, tourist? We can't help you. That legitimately happened in Akiba once for me. It was really frustrating. That's why I remember that. The guy literally looked at me. I said, are you guys open in Japanese? He turned around, sprinted away, found a guy who was half Japanese to come and explain to me that they weren't open because they were doing a league event, which is actually why I was going, because I wanted to see if you could play League of Legends there. And I was like, well, why did that other guy run away? That was super rude. Sprinted away like I was some kind of monster. But it's kind of Shogunai situation because that's, you know, there's tourists everywhere kind of creating chaos. Or even, you know, good tourists, but still don't speak English. And so you can't expect people, the store owners there, to really know the difference just by looking at you. Thank you for the alert, Freddy. You too. Yeah, もう11時だけど大丈夫？俺たちやめた方がいい気がする。Okay, I'm gonna get to the save point, and that'll be it. That's the goal. Also, I don't even know who's on this late because I usually do not stay up this late. Stay on this late. Peace down, guys. Oh, Japanese. At this point, I don't think we need to follow the Japan themed streamer people because anybody is likely going to bed that's interested in the Japanese. I might. It looks like a friend Peastone is playing Earthbound, which is pretty cool. Might see if we can raid them. Not right away though. Don't go yet. Don't go yet. We'll get a little further. Talk a little more.
切り裂け。
どうしようかしら。
ちょっとだけ待って。ちょっと。まだどこに行かないで。
はっやー。
本当にありがとうみんな。You guys are amazing. We had a really talkative stream. We thanks to your good questions, we got to talk about a lot of good grammar and vocab topics. Just overall productive stream, which is why I was hesitant to end on time, or even close to on time. Yeah. While we're setting up, I do want to go ahead and end the raid message so you can get that copied. Copy it and then we're not going immediately. We'll go ahead and copy it. You know what I'm saying? No. Oh, this is not the way to the save point. This is the way outside, isn't it? Well, that's okay. I don't necessarily need to get to the save point. Let's give up on getting to the save point. Let me just go over here and talk to you. That's not what that's...
This is Keen Reflex. And this
Didn't seem right, the Keen. Does that come first? I guess it does come first. Anyway, I don't know.
That's right, they call me Keen and I'm
What is up with this camera? Every time. It gets shorter and shorter every time.
I tell you the meaning and then I post a lesson on YouTube and then we find some words.
Okay. Yeah, thanks again. You guys had such amazing support today. Met some cool new people, specifically one who stayed till the end. Very much appreciate sticking around after the raids, Kevin-san, and I hope we'll see you around. Our next stream is going to be on, let's see, Friday, 5 a.m. EST, 8 a.m. PST. No, that's backwards, sorry. 5 a.m. PST, 8 a.m. EST, 10 p.m. Japan time on Friday, and we will be playing what game? What game will we be playing? I totally forgot. Is it not Final Fantasy 2? Oh, I think it's Chained Echoes. Chained Echoes, yeah. Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, the pair song. Specifically the pair song, because you just joined the Discord. You can also vote for games that you'd like me to play, specifically from my list would be the best, because then you know that I'm interested in all of those. And that kind of decides what games we play next week. You can also vote in chat by once a stream by typing !vote space name of the game. Yes. Anything else that I gotta go with? If you guys haven't already wishlisted my game, wishlist that. Even if you don't plan on playing it, it helps out the algorithm. And I think we're good. I got a YouTube if you'd like to check that out as well. Arigato minna. Go ahead and copy the English raid. 英語のレイドメッセージをコピーしてください。I think it's just P-Stone, is that his full name? Oh, no, there's an underscore. Okay, we're gonna go play, rate a person who's playing Earthbound, classic game, まずは2やってる方にレードしたいと思います。日本語できないので英語で頑張ってください。You cannot speak Japanese, but I'm sure he's interested.
This is Keen
Yeah.
Reflex.
I feel like I decided to raid right when a few people lurked. How about that? There you go. Okay, they're there. Okay, thank you so much. Get some sleep, pair, before your girlfriend gets angry. してくれてありがとうございました。また金曜日 See you guys on Friday, 10 p.m. Japan time, yeah? Okay. Matani, I'm gonna push the button. Copy the message. I'm gonna push the button. Here, I'll do it again. Thank you, Maxim. You're amazing. Thank you, Maxim, for lurking on both YouTube and Twitch. Okay, I'm gonna push the button. Are you guys ready? See you Friday. Done ya.